How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
is the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final fight. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
great
her.
noticer sent $200.
Literally.
So
Not
it's,
Ian.
it's not because
Yeah.
I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is
problem.
that what you call reporters?
Go
and live
under, if
streaming?
you're going to do it,
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah,
But
please.
Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
I watch these streams, and I've been watching a self-professed fascist named Karlyn, who drinks and basically roasts these live streams. But weirdly, she has apparently embedded herself with Antifa before, and so it's such a funny stream because like,
So they tolerate her?
oh no, not anymore. She like, no. She's like, I mean, I don't know if she's trolling or not, but on her stream, she's like, I am a fascist.
Right.
So she's proudly proclaiming she's a fascist. I don't know how much of that is trolling, how much of it is real, but conservatives who are drawn to her stream will say things like, these people are funded by George Soros. And it's the funniest thing because she gets so mad. And she's like, get off fucking Fox News. Stop watching that shit. It's all wrong. Do these people look funded? Do these people look like they have money? They're not funded. It's so, and I guess her bigger point is by saying these are funded agitators and not saying what they actually are, which is anti-capitalist revolutionaries, you dilute what's really happening. Because what's really happening, according to her, and I think a fair amount of people, is that the economy is so fucked. The middle class is diminishing so much. The cost of living is so high that this is the perfect soil you need if you wanted communism to grow anywhere.
Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil ich ein in die Arbeiter einreiß und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeiter einreiß und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is when we watch the real far left, the farthest of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian. We are not watching liberals, Democrats, progressives on Socialism Saturday because, as you all know, if you watch my work, though maybe not if you're involved in conservative retardation on Twitter, liberals, Democrats, and progressives are not the same as socialists and communists. They don't have the same goals as socialists and communists. They don't have the same beliefs as socialists and communists. They are not doing the bidding of socialists and communists. On Socialism Saturday, we watch the real far left, the people who are trying to overthrow the government, abolish the constitutions. If you want to know who's doing every crazy thing in the world today, it is the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's doing anti-racist education in schools, critical race theory in schools, it is the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's doing gender and queer ideology in schools, transing the kids, doing drag queen story hour, it is the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's doing environmental justice and climate change, abolish the police, defund the police, pro-Palestine protests, pro-Iran protests now, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's doing all of the anti-ICE protesting, the noise protests outside the hotels, the shouting your abortions, literally every crazy thing, everything, every crazy nonsense thing that is mucking up our world today, it is the people that we watch on Socialism Saturday. And yeah, I'm wearing a white jacket. You want to know why? Because it's a nice shearling jacket and it's warm, and I got it at the mall today for $15. And who can really beat that? I was like, I'm not so sure about this white jacket. And then I looked at the price tag and I was like, it's $15. That white jacket fucking rules, actually. And it's super soft and it's super warm. And I love it. It's cold in New Hampshire, man. It is fucking cold in New Hampshire. What can I say? What can I say? Hey, Chevelle, starting us off strong. W's in the chat for Chevelle. Kicking us off on our channel membership goal with 5 gifted channel memberships. Guys, what you are doing tonight is you are walking into my classroom. If you are new here, 1 in the chat if you've never been to a Socialism Saturday before. 2 in the chat if you have been coming to Socialism Saturday for like 1 to 3 months, like you're still pretty new. 3 in the chat if you are a Socialism Saturday veteran. The DSA is what we call a reformist organization on the far left. So there is a difference between reformist organizations that want to use elections to push incremental reforms over time, and revolutionary organizations, organizations that do not participate in elections, organizations that want to overthrow the federal government. The DSA is not a revolutionary organization. The DSA is a reformist organization. That being said, so it's not as far left as it could be. Like there are many, we're going to be watching an organization tonight that is much farther left than the DSA. But the reason we need to keep an eye on the DSA is they are an extremely organized, very well funded by dues, not by George Soros. They pay membership dues. They're a very well funded organization to the tune of at least $18 million a year, probably more, because they have 100,000 dues paying members nationwide. And when you figure in the math of what it costs to be a dues paying member, that equates out to $18 million a year. At a minimum, they also do fundraising and that sort of stuff. They run in local elections all over the country. So while we do need to keep an eye on the DSA because they are an extremely powerful socialist organization in the United States, you should also know the DSA is not the most far left organization that we monitor by far. There are many further left organizations. What does Soros actually do? Not what the conservatives say he does. Soros funds progressives, liberals, and Democrats. Progressives, liberals, and Democrats are not socialists and communists. Socialists and communists do not like progressives, liberals, and Democrats. Soros does not fund socialists and communists. He funds progressives, liberals, and Democrats. That's what's going on. So every time you hear that Soros is funding the far left, it's such nonsense. It's such bullshit. It's so ridiculous. The numbers never actually add up to that when you actually look at the primary source evidence. And that's what we do here, guys. If you are new here, and I don't even know if we got even many new people in this week. If you are new here, we watch directly what the far left says, what the far left does. We listen to their organizing meetings. We go directly to the primary source of the information. We don't need conservative pundits and commentators to give us their own versions of events, which always conveniently align with whatever political bullshit narrative they're trying to sell at any given time. We just literally go directly to the source. That is what we do here. Thank you, username, for the super chat. Thank you for getting me from the far right. I'm pretty far right myself, so just like to be really clear about that, I was a J6 defendant. I'm really sorry and sentenced to prison. I'm really sorry that happened to you, bro. I am really sorry that happened to you. Listen, I had someone very dear in my life go to prison for something he didn't do, and I've been dragged all over the internet for it. But I will say to my dying day that my college boyfriend that went to prison for something he didn't do was completely innocent. He got completely fucked over by the government. I know that doesn't help you and what happened to you, but I completely understand the living hell that J6 defendants went through and that their families went through, because I went through that with someone that I love very, very much, and that was very important to me. And so I'm really sorry that happened to you, bro. That sucks. But I'm really glad that you're out now. I'm really glad you got your pardon. I know it doesn't take anything away, and it was still time that you had to give up, and that sucks. But we're really glad you're here. Welcome. Glad you found the channel. That's awesome. Graham, thanks for the super chat. Sorry you're late for class. You got here right on time, bro. You're fine. You're fine. Prita, thank you. Saw today Code Pink and the PSL both posted they were heading out to protest. They protest for everything. PSL protests. This is why I didn't cover the PSL protests. The PSL protests literally all the fucking time. At least once a week, the PSL is protesting about something. And it's going to be whatever's in the news cycle at any given time. Of course, the news cycle is squarely focused on the fact that Israel is a warmongering terrorist state, getting the U.S. into yet another fucking war in the Middle East that we don't need to fucking be in. So, of course, the far left is going to be protesting today in favor of Iran, of all places. And it's not necessarily that they like Iran so much. It's not that they like the Ayatollah. It's that they believe that Israel and the United States are capitalist regimes who are engaging in a capitalist war in order to steal land, which, of course, is the truth. That's exactly what's going on. And our government sucks, and Trump is taking it in the ass from Bibi Netanyahu today. And we all know it, and the world all knows it. But you know what? On Socialism Saturday, we watch the far left no matter what's going on in the world. So no matter what the fucking news cycle is, we're going to be watching the far left in America. W's to Wolf for the gifted channel membership. Really appreciate that, bro. Not to be outdone by old sub Sailor. W's in the chat for you, bro. 20 gifted channel memberships. Off the bat, are we already 26% of the way to the channel membership goal of the night? That's fucking awesome. Thank you, bro. I really do appreciate that. Really, really do appreciate it. Old sub in beast mode. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Well, tonight, guys, we're going to be doing something a little bit different, but I think you guys will actually appreciate this. So I found a presentation on the YouTube channel for the Freedom Road Socialist Organization. Anthony, W's to Anthony over on Rumble. Anthony gifting a channel membership over on Rumble. Really appreciate that, bro. Thanks so much for watching over on Rumble and gifting a channel membership over there. That's awesome. Hang on, I'm going to cough. We got Deets in with a gifted channel membership. W to Deets in the chat. Guys, the reason we give W's in the chat when people gift a channel membership is they're not only supporting me and allowing me to do my thing on the internet with you guys, they're also supporting people on the channel by giving you access to supporter exclusives like our spy streams and stuff like that. So we'd give them a little bit of extra appreciation when they are doing that. Let me just get my little setup here. Because, of course, as you know, I am a professional streamer on the internet. Anthony W over on YouTube gifting a channel membership over here, bro. Really do appreciate that. You rock. You rock all the way up to 29. You guys are awesome. I have the best community on the internet. Anyway, here's what we're doing today. I found a presentation from the Freedom Road Socialist Organization, and this presentation is from November 20th, 2024. So this presentation is from 15 months ago. This presentation was done, or this meeting was had right after Donald Trump got elected to his second term in office. So this presentation happened before Trump was even inaugurated again. And the Freedom Road Socialist Organization is one of those organizations that's been leading the charge against Trump the entire time he's been in office for the second time. And what I want to do tonight is I want to go back and watch this presentation. This is actually a general meeting they had with their organization. I want to watch what they were saying 15 months ago. Because the Freedom Road Socialist Organization has been integral in all of the anti-ICE protests. They've shown up over and over and over again in Minneapolis. They are at all the protests, all the rallies, all the parades, all of the different things. We see the FRSO sign all the time when we're watching protest coverage, okay? I've seen them outside the hotels when they're doing noise protests, stuff like that. So the FRSO, the Freedom Road Socialist Organization, is a very prominent organization, not just in Minnesota, but nationally. They've been involved in leftist organizing nationally for a while. They protested the RNC in 2024. They also protested the DNC in 2024 because, as a reminder, these are not Democrats, liberals, and progressives. These are socialists and communists. So they were actually protesting the DNC, protesting Kamala Harris. They also protested the RNC. We watched this all happen at the time. Thank you. Thank you. All I did was get a new jacket, guys. It was $15 at Macy's. It's really not that big a deal. It's very warm. It's very soft. But I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Listen. The amount of shit that I have taken, just side note, the amount of shit that I have taken about my weight over the past 5 to 6 years, I'm going to take a point of personal privilege for a second. I'm going to take a point of personal privilege. The amount of shit that I have taken about my weight over the past 5 to 6 years, did you guys ever think that if I lost weight and you started to be able to see an actual physical change, and by the way, I'm only getting thinner because I'm not even peaked yet in terms of my weight loss because I've done this before and I know how this works. I will never stop throwing this in all their faces. Like, someone responded to me. I posted a picture of me holding one of my favorite purses today on Twitter. And someone responded to me. They were like, yes, Karlyn, we know you're losing weight. And I was like, first of all, I blocked their ass because, listen, if I'm posting a picture of a purse and you want to be a dick about it, you can go the fuck somewhere else. I don't need you in my feed. I don't need to see that in my replies. But do you guys know the amount of shit that I have taken about my weight over the past 6 years from the right? Do you guys know how many times they've tried to embarrass me, humiliate me? Do you guys know how many times they Photoshop pictures of me to make it seem like I'm fatter than I am? Do you guys know how many times they have found the video where they have the perfect angle where it's like every fucking bad angle and they take the one screenshot that's just super fucking unflattering and then they post it all over the internet? Do you know how many times this shit has happened to me over the past 6 years from the conservative right as I was going into organizations? Do you guys remember when I was physically assaulted by a right-wing drunk meth head nut job in Portland outside of the ICE facility because he was convinced I was a member of Antifa, and then he started doing all this shit all over the internet, and all his retard friends did this shit all over the internet? Do you guys think for one red second, now that people can visibly see that I've dropped a fuck ton of weight rather quickly, do you think I'm ever going to shut up about this? Do you literally think I'm ever going to shut up about this? I'm going to take fucking pictures every day. And as I get thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner, they can all eat what is left of my copious ass. I do not care. I have earned this. I didn't lose weight because of those people. In fact, I probably took longer to start losing weight than I would have because I was giving them all the middle finger to say it actually doesn't fucking matter what I look like. But apparently that is all the right wing cares about. Apparently, you know what I really needed to do, guys, to expose the far left? Do you know what I really needed to do to expose the far left? I needed to lose weight and be hot on the internet. That was the only thing that the conservative right cared about. So the amount of shit that I've taken over the past 5 to 6 years, I am literally never going to shut up about losing weight. I'm literally never going to stop posting pictures of me with my fucking awesome purse collection, doing whatever the fuck I want. It is never going to happen. And if anyone wants to complain about it, there's the fucking door, bro. Don't care. Don't care. Until you have taken massive amounts of shit and harassment and abuse over the course of fucking years for how you look, I don't want to even fucking hear your complaints. You can eat my copious fucking ass. That's how I feel about it. Anyway, yeah, James Lindsay is looking rather fat nowadays, isn't he? Isn't he? Isn't he? Anyway, back to this. Point of personal privilege over. Tonight, we're going to be watching the general meeting of the Freedom Road Socialist Organization that took... Why the fuck does my screen look like that? That's what it's supposed to look like. Remember, I'm a professional streamer on the internet. We're going to be watching a presentation or a general meeting of the Freedom Road Socialist Organization that took place in November of 2024, just after Trump got elected, prior to him getting inaugurated. And what I want to do with this exercise is I want to see what was the FRSO saying back then and what has actually happened since. So this is a really good opportunity for us to go back and kind of dissect some of the far left organizing strategies to really understand what were they planning 15 months ago and what has actually come to fruition. So that's why I wanted to watch this. I hope you guys are down for this. 1 in the chat if this feels like a good plan for you. 2 in the chat if you think this sounds boring and stupid. I'll say that again. 1 in the chat if you think this sounds like a good idea. 2 in the chat if you think this sounds boring and stupid. Thanks, Salpod, for the super chat. 1 to 10, what level of clusterfuck are we at today? I don't want to talk about the Iran shit. I mean, if I'm being honest about it, I don't want to talk about the Iran shit. Trump is a warmongering fucktard that is just like doing whatever Bibi Netanyahu wants him to do. Like, it's pretty clear to me. I think that anyone who does not understand that we are going to war with Iran on behalf of Israel again, it's like, I don't care. There's nothing I can do about it. There's literally nothing I can do. Oh, look, I have people over on Rumble. Oh, look, we got a Rumble retard over. Oh, look at this. I want to show you guys. This is what happens with conservatives. This is the conservative perspective. You can lose all the weight you want, aka slap on 30 pounds of filter, but the memories of your 20 chins and neck rolls at Portland will be forever etched in my memory. Guys, do you want to know why the right is constantly losing to the left every single fucking day? Every day? Because this is the brain trust that you can expect on the conservative right. This is the level of IQ and the level of focus that you can expect on the conservative right. This is peak IQ for what you can expect from the conservative right. Now, Thomas, if you'll excuse us, you're obviously far too stupid to be on my channel, bro. You are deported. Go the fuck away. All right. Guys, we are going to get into the presentation. Let me see. As a reminder, my work is 100% funded by you. If you appreciate the open class that I'm holding tonight to teach people as much as I can about the far left, what we are doing is an immersive experience into a far left environment. If you want to learn a foreign language like French or Mandarin or German, your very best bet is to pick your ass up and go move to that country. If you want to learn how to speak French, move to France. If you want to learn how to speak German, which is a really hard language because it sounds really angry all the time, you move to Germany. If you want to learn how to speak Mandarin or whatever else they fucking speak in China, you move to China, okay? The very best way to learn a language, a subculture, is to immerse yourself within that subculture. Now, when you start immersing yourself in that subculture, it might be confusing if you are a new person to my content and if you haven't listened to a lot of far left organizing with us. If you are new to my work, what I want you to do is head over to my Substack. That is Karlyn, Karlyn.substack.com. Not right now, but you can do this later. Click on new to my work, start here, back when I was still wearing makeup. And what I want you to do is scroll down. And when you have a free 90 minutes, I want you to watch Re-Education and Anti-Communist Introduction to the Far Left. This is your intro to the far left language, the far left ideas, the far left mindset. It's not going to cover everything, but it's going to give you a really good crash course into what the far left is, what they believe, how they use different language, what you need to know in order to understand them. So that is your crash course. Don't go do it right now. You can do it later. But I just want you to know that if you're confused, if you want more like an introduction, because Socialism Saturday is not an introductory class. This is like a college level graduate class. That's not to say you can't learn something from it. I want you to stay and I want you to learn. But when you have a few moments, go watch that. It'll teach you a lot of stuff. Thank you, username, for the super chat. To be clear, I'm still far right, but my vision is clear now from learning from you and how badly I underestimated the communists. Well, I really do appreciate that, bro. Thank you. Welcome. We appreciate you being here. If you want to support the work I'm doing, one of the very best places to do it is over on my Substack. People who support my work allow me to keep my work, or as much as possible, free for everyone, because I want to include as many people in these public online classes as possible so that we can teach as many people as possible what the real far left is doing. I can only do that when people like you support my work. One of the very best ways to do so is to head over to my Substack, sign up for a membership of $8 a month, $80 a year. That would be rad. Another way you can support my work is by sending in channel memberships on YouTube, channel memberships on Rumble. We do have a 100 channel membership goal to get to tonight. We are already almost 30% of the way there, and that's a pretty great way to start out the stream. If you want to donate some channel memberships and get other people access to supporter exclusives like Spy Stream, like my supporter Discord, where we do movie nights on Sundays and Monday nights, please make sure you send in some channel memberships. You can also send in some super chats. Whatever you do to support my work, I really do appreciate it. I can't do it without you guys. And thank you for allowing me to do stuff like this, because it's awesome. Now, before we get into the video, we do have an introduction rules video for Socialism Saturday. So I want everyone to pay very close attention to the following rules. All right, for anyone that's new, we have some rules for Socialism Saturday. Let me go over them real quick. Socialism Saturday is a research group and a class. We do take this seriously. You're allowed to have fun. You're allowed to have a drink or two. You're allowed to kind of kick back and joke in the chat. However, I need everyone to understand that when we are researching the radical revolutionary left, we do take this seriously. And so if you're shitposting in my chat, I'm going to tell you to stop. If you are posting off topic in the chat, I'm going to ask you to stop at some point because it's going to be distracting to what we're doing. I need you to think of yourself as in a classroom. And I'm not talking about an online classroom. I'm talking about a real life classroom, okay? When you walk into a real life classroom, I am the teacher, you are the students. You are sitting in the desk, I am sitting in the front of the classroom. I'm standing there teaching you what is going on. If you were in a real life classroom, you wouldn't walk in, start throwing shit at the wall, yelling, saying, I disagree with you because my best friend said something different. That's not allowed. I don't care about your feelings. I'm not going to coddle your opinion. And that's going to be the way it is. And if you don't like it, you don't have to be here. But if you are in my classroom, you will respect my rules and you will listen to me. And if you do not do that, then you will be removed. And how you feel about being removed makes no difference to me at all. The expectation is if you're going to be here and you're going to be watching socialism with us and you're going to be participating in the chat, you are doing it because you are serious about learning this topic and understanding this topic. The minute that I think that you're just fucking around or you're trolling or something like that, you're going to get put in a timeout or permanently banned, and that's just going to be the way it is. Rule number 2, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. I can do whatever I want because I am the queen fascist bitch of my YouTube channel. So I can say and do whatever I want. But if you don't insult me and you don't insult other people in the chat, we're not going to have a problem. So be an adult, rein that shit in. Number 3, no whining. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care if you feel personally attacked. It makes no difference to me at all. And I promise you, I care about your feelings a little bit more than the left does. So if you can't handle me, you can't handle the left. If you start whining and complaining because you don't like the rules or you think you're being treated unfairly, you can just leave, bro. There's the door. You don't have to be here. Number 4, listen. Our job here and why we do Socialism Saturday is to listen to what the left is saying, to listen to what real leftists are doing in the real world. This is not to support your confirmation bias. This is not to support any conservative bullshit narrative that you may have heard on Glenn Beck that one time. This is not to be what you want it to be. This is to engage with reality. We need to listen, we need to actively listen, and we need to understand the left better than they understand themselves. That is the purpose of this exercise, okay? As part of that, I do ask that people refrain from debunking. You do not have a single debunk in your arsenal about the left is stupid because of reasons X, Y, B, and Z, or the left is hypocrites for reasons X, Y, B, and Z. You don't have a single debunk that we haven't heard before, okay? And every time you put energy into debunking, that is energy that you're not putting into listening. So if I see you debunking, I'm going to tell you to stop because you need to put that energy into listening instead. Lastly, break the rules of my chat or disrespect me in any way, and I'll just kick you out, and that's the way it is. All right, 1 in the chat if you agree to the rules. 2 in the chat if you think they sound stupid and you're going to show yourself out. 1 in the chat if you agree to the rules for Socialism Saturday tonight. 2 in the chat if you think they sound dumb and you're going to show yourself out. Effectual Insurrection, thank you so much for this $10 Rumble rant. Never underestimate your enemy. Sun Tzu, learn from the most experienced like Dr. KB. Stand up and fight communism. Save our country, save our world. Thank you, Dr. KB. Thank you, Effectual Insurrection. Really appreciate the $10 Rumble rant. All right. Looks like we're ready to go. Guys, please mount the like button if you would be so kind. Please, music can't shut the fuck up. Please make sure you are subscribed to the channel if you are not already. And let's dig in and hunker down. We are watching the general member meeting of the Freedom Road Socialist Organization discussing building a mass movement against Trump. As a reminder, this discussion took place on November 20th, 2024. So we are going back in time to find out what one of the major leftist activist organizations in the United States was planning back in November of 2024. And we're going to do a little compare contrast with what they have done since, because this is an organization that is very involved in far left activism and organizing. And so we're going to see how much they accomplished and maybe get some insight on what they have left to do. Let's get this party started.
Thank you, everyone, for getting onto our general member call. We are the Freedom Road Socialist Organization, and we are here to talk to you tonight about the election of Donald Trump and how to make this country ungovernable. That is the message that we want everyone.
Oh, So the goal from the very beginning was to make the country ungovernable. Now that's like a libertarian slogan, so I'm not exactly like, I'm not going to say that's the most original slogan. I just think it's so funny given all the bullshit, all the anti-ICE bullshit that we've had to put up from these people since then. I just think it's really funny that their literal stated goal was to make the country ungovernable. Yup, yeah, exactly. Well done. Well done. Welcome, Jay Carroll. We appreciate you joining us in the cult. Thanks so much. I'll add that to the tally, up to 30.
To take home as they figure out ways to organize as many people as can be organized against the oncoming attacks of Donald Trump. My name is Chris Carpio. I am on the Central Committee of the Freedom Road Socialist Organization, and we have our speakers waiting for you tonight. Fernando Figueroa and Sydney Loving, both on the Central Committee of the Freedom Road Socialist Organization, and Marisol Marquez, a national representative from the network Legalization for All, speaking to us from California.
This nail polish I got.
All here to talk to you about what it means that Donald Trump is now president, and what it means for the task moving forward. And then we have our national organizer, Andy Koch. Thank you, as always, for handling tech and moderation, and I hope everyone is excited for our program. We'll dive right into it. So Donald Trump was elected president for his second term last week. The last time that he was president, his administration was rife with attack after attack on the masses of the U.S. Women, LGBTQ folks and youth, Black folks living under police terror, immigrants, students, and organized labor, and more. We don't expect them to be any softer this time around either. We worked hard to smash and do our best to smash everything he tried last time, and we're going to do it again this time. He has spent his time out of office after he was not voted in 2020, choosing to endorse governors who were passing anti-trans bills, cheering on the end of reproductive rights, being a proponent of anti-union laws, the decertification of unions, right to work legislation, helping politicians try to end even the weakest kind of oversight on killer cops, and now making noises about increasing the amount of deportations even more. He wants to raise the level of attacks on progressives, the pro-Palestine movement, and more, and communists in particular, right? He loves talking about that. The last time we got on this call a couple of weeks ago, we said both candidates are rotten products of a rotten system, that Palestine was the key question in the world today, and that we would not vote for a genocide and lose the trust of the fighting masses. The leadership of the Democratic Party did what they've been doing for some years now and decided that they would not offer anything meaningful to the working class, that they would not speak to the working class.
You're telling me they're shitting on the Democrats at the very beginning of the meeting? Who would have ever thought that socialists would openly shit on the Democrats and be like, yeah, fuck the Democrats. They don't want to work with us either. Can we just listen to that a little bit again, just for people who are still confused?
Palestine was the key question in the world today, and that we would not vote for a genocide and lose the trust of the fighting masses. The leadership of the Democratic Party did what they've been doing for some years now and decided that they would not offer anything meaningful to the working class, that they would not speak to the working class's needs, or even the needs of folks who've been their historical base as well, like Black voters, immigrants. They lost the election as a result, and that's our view. So this call is for us to decide the way forward. Right. Our goal.
So the socialists, remember, the socialists literally said that the reason the Democrats lost the election is because they were not appealing to the far left. So they're taking credit for the Democrats losing the election. Don't ever tell me these people vote for Democrats. Don't ever tell me these people voted for Kamala Harris. They are openly saying, no, fuck them. We are the reason that they lost the election. Listen again.
That they've been doing for some years now and decided that they would not offer anything meaningful to the working class, that they would not speak to the working class's needs, or even the needs of folks who've been their historical base as well, like Black voters, immigrants. They lost the election as a result, and that's our view. So this call is for us to decide the way forward. right? Our goal is to make the US ungovernable because we will not accept Trump as the supposed leader of this country. So to that end, we're going to hear from our excellent panelists about what this means for the way forward. After each one presents, we're excited to hear your questions. Please make sure you direct them at either a particular panelist or everyone, right? And yeah, that's what will happen today. So let's go ahead
several coats on
and
my
let's
nails,
get started. First up, we'll hear from Fernando Figueroa from the Central Committee of the Freedom Road Socialist Organization. Take it away, Fern.
Hey folks, good evening. My name's Fern. I'm a member of the Central Committee of Freedom Road Socialist Organization. I live in Jacksonville, Florida, where I've worked as a rank and file teamster.
One of the leaders of the National Freedom Road Socialist Organization lives in Jacksonville, Florida, and is a member of the Teamsters. He's about to say he is a member of the Teamsters. Guys, remember when Republicans were trying to convince us that the Teamsters were on the right now and had the leader of the Teamsters speak at the RNC in a primetime keynote slot? Well, and I was screaming, he's a socialist, he's a socialist, he's a socialist, he's a socialist. And everyone's like, no, Karlyn, no, you don't understand. President Trump has won over the working class. Oh, has he? Has he? Has he? Really?
Good evening. My name's Fern. I'm a member of the Central Committee of Freedom Road Socialist Organization. I live in Jacksonville, Florida, where I've worked as a rank and file teamster in a large warehouse for the past 12 years. Prior to getting active in the trade union movement, I was a student organizer with Students for a Democratic Society.
Oh, yeah?
So like our November 6th...
Students for Democratic Society are one of the main college campus groups that are organizing anti-ICE on college campuses. The Students for a Democratic Society have made a resurgence, man. Like, I didn't hear... For the first, up until basically about a year ago, I hadn't heard anything about the Students for a Democratic Society. I mean, this was like a group that goes back to the 60s. And so, but they weren't relevant on the far left in 2020. They weren't relevant on the far left in 2021. They weren't relevant on the far left in 2022, in 2023, into 2024. And now the Students for a Democratic Society have made a massive comeback. Something's going on because they have popped up literally all over the country in terms of doing anti-ICE organizing on college campuses. I even spoke to a member of the SDS when I was in New York, when I was undercover at the New York Anarchist Book Fair, and I got all their propaganda and stuff like that. And the person that I spoke to in New York was Antifa, by the way. So I'm not saying that every member of the Students for a Democratic Society is Antifa. Antifa is a very small subset of the revolutionary far left. Not everyone who is a revolutionary is an Antifa. But the SDS person I spoke to in New York was absolutely 1,000,000% Antifa. You will not convince me otherwise. So I do think there is overlap between those two organizations.
Statement that you can read on Fightback says, "So it happened." Many of my personal friends and fellow organizers here in Jacksonville first got active during the original campaign we ran to dump Trump in 2016. And it feels like we're kind of back in the saddle these days. So I'd like to begin by making one point very clear, that it is solely the responsibility of the leadership of the Democratic Party that's to blame for the return of Trump to the Oval Office.
Oh!
Trump ran the same old campaign of bashing progressive ideas, using national chauvinism and male chauvinism to rally backwards forces to himself, and all the other tricks that we saw him use the last time. The Democrats may try and blame other groups, but we know better. Instead of learning from past mistakes, the Dems remain committed to genocide in Palestine, and they failed to inspire confidence in their ability to fix problems here at home.
So they're clear that they hate the Democrats.
And while it's important to reflect on and study the past, tonight's not about looking behind us. Rather, tonight we're focused on the struggle ahead and the path in front of us, and we're focused on building the real resistance to Trump and his agenda. Our main job in the coming period is going to be building that fight, building that resistance to Donald Trump. Political polarization is continuing to deepen in the United States, and it's important for us as communists to build the anti-Trump movement. That will allow us to build the broadest social movement possible and Freedom Road Socialist Organization will grow by leaps and bounds. In fact, I heard earlier this week that since the election, we're beginning to approach over 100 new requests to join as general members. And I think that this Zoom call that we're on right now might be the largest meeting that we've ever held. So it just goes to show you that we're growing.
So I want to make something really clear. The far left was thrilled that Trump got reelected because Trump getting reelected was a recruiting boom for the far left. The far left had a hard time recruiting under Joe Biden because, of course, they were opposed to Joe Biden, but it's hard to get Democrats to radicalize against the Democratic Party, which is what they have to do. The far left recruits from the ranks of Democrats, liberals, and progressives. And in order to get more people to the far left, they have to radicalize people so that they leave the Democratic Party and that they abandon the Democratic Party. When you have a Democrat in office, that's really hard to do because they weren't pissed off yet enough to do it. But like when Trump got reelected, everyone was pissed off with the Democratic Party. Everyone's blaming the Democratic Party, blaming Joe Biden, blaming Kamala Harris, blaming all the people that fucked up all the shit. And so after Trump got reelected, it was like prime recruiting ground. And so this is not the only organization I've heard talk about how they started getting all these new membership requests basically as soon as Trump got reelected. And a lot of these organizations have grown exponentially in the last 15 months. So this is one of the biggest recruiting opportunities the real far left has ever had because so many people were pissed off with the Democratic Party that they needed to go somewhere else. They weren't going to come to Trump and the right. That was always a pipe dream that was advanced by conservatives. That was bullshit. Of course they were going to go to the far left.
And people want to fight. And we can meet like-minded people and groups when we engage in struggle. These fights are already happening and are sure to ramp up as the people face attacks from the Trump administration. Lots of people are angry and worried about the future, and it's our job as communists to provide not only an analysis of the system that led us here, but to learn and teach methods for organizing for real change that needs to happen in this country through struggle and revolution. That organizing happens on the shop floor, in your neighborhood, on campus, and most importantly, in the streets when we rally and protest against attacks on the people and fight for a better world. If you're not connected to a local group of activists,
thanks, Superfly. I
it's time to
appreciate
join
it.
a group or start one yourself. There's never been a better time.
I'm not doing that.
We know we've got a tough fight ahead of us, but as Reds, we live for the fight. We need to defend the rights of women and LGBTQ folks. Trade unions like my own are going to face challenges to the right to exist and to organize new workers. Police crimes against oppressed nationality and poor folks, especially crimes against Black people, are going to keep taking place while Trump is in office, and he's not going to lift a finger to stop it. The people are going to have to fight back. Student diversity on campus and the very right to protest are already coming under attack, and it's going to intensify. And Trump has also made it clear that he doesn't care about protecting what's left of the environment either. In addition to all these other attacks, immigrants are going to face some of the strongest attacks, both on the border and in our communities and neighborhoods.
So I really want people to understand this. Again, this is a presentation that took place in November of 2024. You're already starting to see that literally right after Trump got elected to office, the far left was already starting to coalesce around what has become their focal point issue, which is anti-ICE organizing to impede the mass deportations. So they were talking about this immediately upon Trump leaving office. The anti-ICE organizing never should have been a surprise to literally anyone that was paying attention to the far left. The only reason that conservatives and right-leaning people didn't find out about it until the riots in June was because it literally was not covered anywhere in conservative media. I was covering it. I've been talking about the anti-ICE organizing since January of 2025. So I was one of the first people out there covering this because I'm one of the only people that actually listens to these fucking people. But now I want you to hear directly, and I'm sure this is going to be a main focal point of this conversation tonight. The anti-ICE organizing started pretty much immediately.
Attacks that seek to rip families apart and oppress Chicano and Latino folks in brutal and inhumane ways. We have to resist these attacks, and the main weapon of our resistance is organizing. It's being active in our communities and hosting events. If you've never organized a speaker panel, it's time to learn how. If you've never led a protest outside the stairs to City Hall, we're here to help folks take those first steps.
Anthony.
Now, if you're already active,
W's Anthony over on Rumble gifting another channel membership. Really appreciate that, bro. Thanks so much.
Then it's time to challenge ourselves to push the limits of our organizing, to get new people involved, to reach out to forces that weren't active before and get them to join us in the streets.
Getting new people involved? Wow.
If you're used to leading chants outside the mayor's office, it's time to move the crowd into the building. If you're used to demonstrating and rallying on the sidewalk, then you need to
you're never going to find this. You're never going to find this, and I'm going to explain to you why you're never going to find this, because this has not happened. This is a right-leaning talking point. Now, I'm not saying that illegals aren't mass migrating, but what you need to understand is that is not a part of how the far left thinks. It's not a part of how they think at all. That is a right-wing talking point. That is not a left-wing reality. How the far left thinks is borders are bad because borders enforce capitalism, and therefore we have to undo borders in order to undo capitalism. ICE and DHS are the enforcers of the border. Therefore, we need to attack ICE and DHS to undo the border, to undo capitalism. Okay? That's how they think. This is not, I have literally, again, I've been covering this stuff a long time. I have literally never heard a single leftist talk about the mass migration of illegals. That is not something that comes up in their presentations at all. So these socialists saw Trump election as an opportunity to get more members because of Yes. Yep. Exactly. Because remember, these are not Democrats. They do not support Democrats. They do not like Democrats. They do not vote for Democrats. They saw the Democratic Party basically imploding, and everyone was pissed off when Trump got elected again, and they saw fertile recruiting grounds to increase their own numbers.
History has shown us that organizing people and leading campaigns designed to strike back at the enemy is the only way out of a mess, like the one monopoly capitalism has created.
Oh, yeah?
And it's a mess that Donald Trump desperately wants to make even worse. Monopoly capitalism, or what Lenin called imperialism, is responsible for this mess, and only scientific socialism can help us fight our way out of it.
Oh, yeah?
Our main job in the coming period is to build a broad, united front against imperialism. And our focus needs to be on stopping Trump and his reactionary plans. He's no friend.
By the way, imperialism is what the left thinks that Trump and the United States and Israel are doing in Iran right now. That is the bombing of Iran is an imperialist attack. They are trying to steal the land. Israel is trying to steal the land, essentially. That's how the far left is looking at this. Imperialism, according to Lenin, was the highest form of capitalism. Imperialism is about expanding the empire, stealing the land from the indigenous people. Capitalism is private property ownership. So just to equate what he's talking about with what's going on right now, if you hear the left talking about the imperialist war, that is what they're talking about. No, you never. No. You never. No. You never saw that. You saw conservative clickbait content, bro. You got to start learning the difference. I promise you. You never saw. You 1000% never saw the far left setting up support stations on the border. There may have been NGOs. That is not the same as the radical revolutionary far left. These are not the NGOs. The NGOs are, again, that's the right-wing talking point. It is not the left-wing reality. Thank you, I am. What is scientific socialism? I honestly don't fucking know, but hopefully they'll explain it to us. I don't know that I've ever heard that term before, so I have no idea what they mean by it.
To the Palestinian people, and so we will continue to support and uplift their struggle for liberation while continuing to call for an end to U.S. aid to Israel. Freedom Road has a rich tradition of drawing inspiration from national liberation struggles around the world, and there's a lot going on in the world today to help inspire our organizing here at home. Organize, push the limits, and make this country ungovernable. That's the path ahead.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Fern. Yeah, if you're rallying outside, it's time to go in the building. If you're on the sidewalk, it's time to go into the streets. I love that.
Okay,
Let's keep
you
escalating.
misunderstand what we're doing here. You misunderstand what we're doing here. Let me be really clear for everyone that's new, because I don't really recognize you. I do not give a flying fuck what the old philosophers said. I do not give a flying fuck what I call them, the dead philosophers. That's not what we do here. We're not studying the old philosophers. What I care about is people don't understand what we're doing. No. Your definition does not matter. I understand that everyone means well, but I really need to level set here. Your definition of something does not fucking matter. What the dead philosophers said about any given thing does not matter. The only thing that I care about is what they mean by it. No, I need you to fucking listen. I need you to listen, because if you think that I care about definitions of things that come from philosophy written 100 years ago, you don't understand what we're doing here. The only thing that we care about is how they define something. How you define something, how you understand something doesn't fucking matter. What the dead philosophers said 100 years ago doesn't fucking matter. What matters is how real far leftists are using these terms today and how they are defining these terms today. Okay? So again, if you are new here, I know you mean well. I know you're not trying to disrupt things, but you have got to understand that if I do not hear the far left say it in the real world today, I don't care about anything else. We are studying what this subculture believes. That may align with what happened 100 years ago. That may also not align with what happened 100 years ago. Hopefully he explains to us what he means by that term. He may also not, and we have to decipher it based on context. But we do not care about what was written a long ass time ago, because it may or may not be relevant to what is going on in the real world today. And I need everyone to understand that, okay? The far left is not going back and reading all the documents from 100 years ago. Definitions evolve. Tactics evolve. Language evolves. The subculture has its own language. We only care what they mean by the words today.
And give this administration the toughest time they could possibly see. All right, we'll go next now to Marisol Marquez from Legalization for All, speaking to us from LA. Take it away, Sol.
Gracias, Chrisley. Buenas tardes, everyone. My name is
Buenos
Marisol Marquez. I go by Sol. That's what my
Spanish.
family and my comrades and my friends call me. And it's awesome to be talking to so many people from all over the country, right? I see people in the chat saying
Glitter
that they're
nail polish
newbies, that they've never been on here before. So it's great
I'm
to
gonna have to do like 15
people
coats
who
of
have
this
been on here
fucking
a
glitter
lot,
nail polish.
or people who have never been on here and this is their first time. I am speaking on behalf of the Legalization for All Network, or we like to call it L4A to keep it real short. But I know a lot of you are joining us because you're not happy. You're not happy with the outcome that Trump is in office. But I don't think any of us would really be literally cheering if Kamala Harris were in office, right? So I think we're all in the right room at the
So you're telling me the socialists would not have been happy if Kamala Harris beat Trump? Wow. You don't say. You're telling me they didn't vote for Kamala Harris and they would not have celebrated if she had won? Wow. Breaking news.
A lot of you are joining us because you're not happy. You're not happy with the outcome that Trump is in office. But I don't think any of us would really be literally cheering if Kamala Harris were in office, right? So I think we're all in the right room at the right time. So legalization for all, right? I was born to undocumented parents from Mexico. My parents were from the states of Durango and Hidalgo, and they met picking oranges in the state of Florida, right? But this is what kind of led me to be passionate about immigrant rights, is that my parents were undocumented for a long time. And so in 2012, I helped to join and help start Legalization for All Network with a couple of cool people who were already in the mix. an organization out of the Midwest named MIRAC, or Minnesota Immigrants' Rights Action Committee.
MIRAC!
They were starting off.
MIRAC! We've seen MIRAC. MIRAC is one of the main anti-ICE organizing organizations. Am I making that up? MIRAC is what they're even fucking talking about Minnesota. Yes, it's the organization in Minnesota. Holy shit. Holy shit. Wow, they were working with MIRAC since the week after the election.
In 2012, I helped to join and help start Legalization for All Network with a couple of cool people who were already in the mix.
Wow.
An organization out of the Midwest named MIRAC, or Minnesota Immigrants' Rights Action Committee. They were starting already in 2006 when the mega marches, or the big Sensenbrenner, provoked massive movements around the country, led people to come out in the millions, and people were empowered to say, you know, we're not going to make it okay for felonies to be put on people who are undocumented, right? And so in 2006, MIRAC helped lead those protests. And I know that Carlos Montes, who's on, I saw he was on the chat. I know he helped lead some of those big mega marches in Los Angeles. I lived in Yakima, or in the Yakima Valley of Washington State. So in 2006, I actually joined with my parents out on the streets, but I was still, I had just graduated from high school. So yeah, I wasn't leading much at that time. I know it's no excuse, because there's a lot of you who have been doing a lot of or organizing when you're still in high school, or, you know, even younger. So, but that is to say that Legalization for All has been fighting back since 2012. And as you can imagine, there have been various presidents in office, right?
Well,
we had Obama, the deportation.
Actually, let's just reflect on this for a second. Why couldn't Andy Ngo find this info? Why couldn't he find this info? This presentation has been public on the internet since November of 2024. Why couldn't Andy Ngo find this info? I find this info all the time. I have a constant, never-ending stream of leftist presentations to watch. We literally do this most days of the week, and we still can't keep up with all the leftist content. The reason Andy Ngo would never be able to find this information is Andy Ngo doesn't even know who the organizations are on the far left. Andy Ngo doesn't even do any research on the far left. He doesn't monitor the far left on a real-time basis like we do. Andy Ngo literally pays other people to do his journalism for him, and then only reports on the things that go viral on Twitter. I'm one of the people that actually make the shit go viral on Twitter by finding it in the fucking first place. We are several steps ahead of Andy Ngo, and that's why Andy Ngo doesn't know nearly as much as most of the people in my community around what he's talking about. He just goes on these shows and goes, I was attacked by Antifa in 2026, and it was really sad, and I was embarrassed, and I did not like it, and Antifa is bad. And it's like, how long are people going to let him ride on that? How long is that going to perpetuate? Probably forever, because they refuse to acknowledge me or my work, because why would they do that? They don't actually care about defeating the far left. Anyway, well, he could have done it. There was nothing stopping Andy Ngo from doing what I'm doing. There's nothing stopping anyone from doing what I'm doing. Andy didn't need my fucking permission. He could have just gone and done it. He didn't, because he's a fucking massive grifter.
In chief in 2012. We had President Biden, who is still in office right now. Biden hasn't really made it a very welcoming place for people crossing through the Mexico-US border, especially in Eagle Pass, where Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, decided to install buoys, lethal buoys that are razor sharp wired. And, you know, Biden and Kamala Harris both took some trips to see the situation. The federal government did say that the buoys needed to go because the river is not owned by a single person. I think all of us can understand that a river is nature, and it is not governed by either Mexico or the US. But yet the buoys are there, and Biden could have made, you know, a much stronger position, could have taken a stronger position, could have made a stronger decision to have them removed. And instead, nothing much happened, and the buoys are still there. I have some friends, and we have some folks, members of Legalization for All, who traveled there. Carlos traveled there. We also had Gabriel and Jordan and, you know, other people from Minnesota and Texas travel there to witness these buoys in person. And they're horrendous. They got to see that there's so many human rights violations happening on the daily, stuff that they should never be allowed to do. And I'm talking about the Border Patrol, right? They took over Shelby Park in Eagle Pass, Texas, which is a park, and it's supposed to be available to everyone and you know, able to be enjoyed by the general public. And instead, it's become a militarized zone where the Texas U.S. Marshals, not the federal U.S. Marshals, but the Texan ones, have overtaken the Shelby Park, and they've made it their area where they now can turn people away and not even process them for a refugee application, which is what they're supposed to do. And so we've seen it all, right? And the Legalization for All network has been there since day one, exposing these facts, exposing the U.S. for what it is, even under President Biden. And so under Trump, we don't foresee that things are going to be any better. Of course, we understand that the situation is going to be a lot worse in some ways, especially when you have him appointing somebody like Thomas Homan, the border czar, you know, donning the title of czar, which is like a king, which is ridiculous. And so we have him in office who's saying, oh, your demand is stop separating families, then we'll deport a whole family together. That's what Thomas Homan is saying, including US citizens. So now we're talking about another violation of people's federal rights, including many other rights, right? And so we're completely against that, and we are ready to fight back. As Fern just said, you know, we need to make friends with a lot of people who we normally would not be friends with. We got to make the US ungovernable. And so this is our mission in the Legalization for All network, is to make sure that we keep pushing our pillars, which matter so much to us. In the network, people like us are into legalization for all, of course. We want people to become legalized. And this is an option for people to not be deported, but also if they want to become US citizens or not, they can do so. They can make that decision.
Okay, listen. You might be new here, but we don't do this type of low IQ bullshit. Either listen and learn or leave. But saying retarded hypocrite, like bro, literally grow the fuck up. Literally grow the fuck up. In the past 15 months since this presentation happened, these people have literally kicked the Trump administration out of like multiple American cities. They are massively winning on the anti-ICE front. It's so bad that now Republicans are coming out against ICE. Do you know that my Republican mayor of New Hampshire kicked out an immigration facility from New Hampshire because there is so much anti-ICE backlash in New Hampshire that Republicans are now kicking ICE facilities out of New Hampshire and not allowing them to be built here? Do you know that they are winning massively? So going retarded hypocrites, like literally no one gives a fuck, bro. They're winning, you're losing. What the fuck does that make you? You're 73 years old. I haven't a clue. Maybe you're too old to fucking know better. Maybe, oh no. Looks like we're about to have a round of deportations in the chat. Everyone that is being a massive conservative retard just got put in a 5-minute timeout. If you come back from your 5-minute timeout and you complain about getting put in a timeout, you will be deported from the channel. This is a high IQ space. This is not a low IQ space. We are an exclusive community. We do not allow retards to disrupt our Saturday class. So unless you are here to learn, get the fuck out.
We don't want, of course, a racist border wall. We don't want border militarization and the deaths that are caused by this militarization and the border wall. We actually had a border delegation, the Legalization for All, in 2023, and we were able to see that the border wall is being replaced. So Trump enacted, I'm sure a lot of you know, a new border wall that makes it so that instead of being 15 feet, it is now 30 feet. And what's this random number, you might ask? Well, they did their studies and they found out that 30 feet is unbreakable. You can't break that fall. If you were to fall, you would have a severe injury or even death. And so, you know, they tested this horrendous thing, and now this border wall is very, very lethal. So we're completely against that. We want it to be removed. Stop the exploitation of undocumented workers. You know, a lot of their wages are stolen. A lot of them are not even paid. And so we want that to stop immediately. We want to stop to the deportations and separation of families. And so, you know, like I said, we're prepared to do this. We do have some folks that are very sad, you know, and they should rightfully so be sad that Trump is in office. However, we want them to not be despaired. We don't want them to be upset and think that there's nothing that we can do, because yes, we can. You know, all change that has happened throughout history has not been because people asked for it nicely. We got our change, we got our liberation, we got our freedom because we decided to stand united and to fight back no matter who was in office, you know? And so I urge everybody to, if you care about immigrant rights, if you care about the issues that we're going to be talking about today, please join an already existing organization or a network like Legalization for All, or make one yourself, like Fern was saying. If you've never organized a protest, if you've never led a chant, don't worry, you're connecting in the chat group with friends who have done so. And if not, just reach out to any of us, right? We would be happy to show you how to create a chant list, how to make a flyer. There's a lot of really free services out there that you can even use on your phone or whatever technology you have. But this is the time to stand up and to really leave your fear in the dark, you know? And no matter what you do, we're going to give you some pointers on how you can make it work, because that our mission is to make the US ungovernable, and that's what we're going to do. Turning it back to you, Chrisley.
So I just want to point this out. Leftists are holding classes where they're helping each other to learn how to be effective organizers in order to motivate groups to do things and express opinions in the world. While leftists are literally holding classes to help each other become better organizers, conservatives and magatards are posting memes on Twitter and high-fiving about how they have destroyed the left, when in fact they didn't destroy the left. The left saw a recruiting boom after Trump got elected to office. And while conservatives were high-fiving each other and posting their very best memes on Twitter, the left was literally planning to hold classes and to help create more organizers on the far left to teach new people who are coming in for the first time everything they need to know to work against the Trump administration. And that is why the left is winning, and that is why the right is losing, and that is why the Trump administration is getting kicked out of multiple major American cities, and that is why Republicans are actively now turning against ICE, because the left has been so effective in their organizing because they brought so many new people into it. And the reason that that is happening is that they started doing this literally before Trump even got inaugurated again, right after he got elected. Does everyone understand this? People want to come on the channel and they want to say, you know, Karlyn, what do we do? What do we do about the left? What do we do about the left? The first thing you have to understand is there is no one single thing that you can do. This is about consistent effort over time, the long game, because conservatives just want a quick fix solution. They want me to tell them that they can lose 150 pounds overnight. Listen, if you gained 150 pounds, you can't fucking lose that weight overnight. You have to show up consistently every single fucking day. You want to know how I've been losing weight? I've been doing the keto crash starvation diet every single day for months. Okay? With very few breaks, very consistently. Because the only thing that matters when you're trying to do something big is showing up consistently over and over and over again every single day, whether you want to or not, whether you feel like it or not. You can't lose 150 pounds overnight. You can't defeat the far left with a quick fix solution. If you want to defeat the far left, you have to get into the long game, listen to what they believe, listen to what they're doing, learn how they're organizing, learn what the language actually means, stop listening to conservative bullshit talking points, and then actively show up every single day doing something small every single day to work against what they're doing. That is what you need to do. Old sub, thank you. Quit wasting free member gifts. Yeah, exactly. How many times do we give out free member gifts? Like we're going to bring in at least 100 new members to the organization, to the channel tonight, guys. How many of those free channel memberships have been completely wasted and squandered because the people who got those free channel memberships didn't want to listen, didn't want to come to Spy Stream, thought it was boring and stupid? Don't waste the gifts you're being given. I'm super happy that so many more people are coming to Spy Stream. And the reason more people are coming to Spy Stream is because of the free gifts. And so I truly value them. They are awesome. They are really like helping out a lot, but so many people waste them. Don't waste the things that are given to you.
Awesome. Thank you, Sol. And thanks to everyone in Legalization for All for continuing an inspiring fight. I appreciated you talking about the mega marches with the Sensenbrenner bill, because that's exactly the sort of thing Trump talks about bringing back, right? Like mass deportations, and millions of people marched, and it brought May Day back into the public consciousness. Like that's the sort of thing we should be aiming to do. It became a May Day protest because the slogans, I believe, were a day without immigrant workers. So that's what we mean when we say make the US ungovernable. Like not a wheel should turn, not a service should be done, nothing should be built.
Hang on, we got a question from Raquel over on Rumble. What is the streaming schedule? Plan to use my channel membership gift. So listen, so for Spy Stream, the channel memberships are good for Spy Stream, but we don't know when Spy Stream is going to happen. So Spy Stream happens whenever leftists do organizing calls. We work on their schedule, not mine. My regular streaming schedule, though, is Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. We do Socialism Saturday on Saturdays at 6 p.m. But in regards to the Spy Stream schedule, I can't tell you when they're going to schedule their meetings, and we're kind of beholden to them there.
Until we get our demands and get what we want. And obstruct any part of Trump's agenda. Thank you so much, Sol. And next we will go to Sydney Loving from the Central Committee of the Freedom Road Socialist Organization to talk to us about the path forward. Go ahead, Sid.
Hello. Yes, I'm Sydney. Happy to be here. Happy to see everybody in here, ready to fight back. I'm going to be talking also about what the political landscape is kind of looking like and what the fight ahead is. And I'm going to be talking from the perspective of my area of work, which is in the Black liberation movement. That's how I started organizing, was the fight against police crime. So that's the perspective I'm speaking from. And we know why the struggle for Black liberation is a key part of the struggle for socialism in the United States. If you don't know, now you know. You could read Frank Chapman's book on Marxism, Leninism, and perspectives on Black liberation. But let's talk about why we're here. So we're going to talk about how we got here, the road ahead, and what we're going to do about it. And the Comrade Fern laid out some of the things that played into this election. We know that the genocidal war in Gaza played a key role. We know that the Democrats ran a lousy campaign, abandoned the working class. Like he said, rotten choice. Like Chrisley said, rotten choices from a rotten system. And let's talk about it. The white chauvinism and white nationalism. Trump used that. That played a big role in him, consolidating political power. That a lot of that messaging around the border wall, around protests, and that messaging, really gave a platform and to white nationalism, right? So we have to understand that. But understanding how we got here is one thing. We also need to know what's coming and what we're going to do about it. And understanding the terrain that we're fighting on, so we can anticipate things. Taking a scientific look at what's happening, so we can make predictions. Communists are good at that. But let's get into it. There's legislative attacks on the state level, on the federal level. In the fight against police crimes, the George Floyd bill is effectively dead. There's state bans on DEI programs. There's legal challenges to civil rights protections. That's been happening, and it's going to be emboldened under Trump. Challenges to affirmative actions. Another consideration for us is these laws that are targeting protests and targeting, the right to mobilize. In Florida, they've got anti-riot laws, and this stuff started like around 2021. But with the consolidation of power with these Republicans in office, it's going to keep coming down the pipeline. And there's laws like that in Oklahoma, in Iowa, and Texas, where I'm from. Speaking about police violence, if you look at the statistics, police killings in the United States have been on the rise year by year. This is something that is not caused by a Trump presidency, but it's something that a Trump presidency is going to embolden. And like Fern said, there won't be a finger lifted against it, right? We also have to understand that police terror, but also state sanctioned vigilante violence, and those elements are playing a role as well. The state repression, the violence that we're going to see, the attacks on our movements, that's all a part of what's coming down the line. But we are well positioned to fight in our different areas of work. When we talk about police accountability,
these are communists. These are communists. These are not people. These are not Democrats. These are not liberals. These are not progressives. This is the Freedom Road Socialist organization. These people are communists. Yes, congratulations. Welcome.
What we're trying to do is to bust open the organizing space. We understand that police are a tool of boxing that in. Police violence is a tool of national oppression. They're trying to destroy our movements and attack our...
Police violence is a tool against leftist organizing, because the police to the left are the enforcers or the managers of capitalism. The police are this is what the left believes. I'm not explaining what I believe. I'm explaining what the left believes. The left believes that the police are descended from slave catchers, slaves being a form of private property ownership. Therefore, police were the enforcers of capitalism when they were catching runaway slaves, and the modern day police are the enforcers of capitalism by protecting the property of the bourgeois capitalists to uphold the capitalist system and uphold the capitalist order. That is why they are against the police. That is why they push abolish the police. That is why they believe that abolishing the police is intertwined with Black liberation, because Black liberation is nothing more than a far left activist movement. It's about again, overthrowing capitalism, because capitalism is what created slavery in the first place. Capitalism being private property ownership, slaves being private property. The left believes capitalism created slavery created systemic racism. The only way to fix racism is to abolish capitalism, because that is the system that upholds racism. Does everyone understand what I just said? Every time you hear abolish the police, defund the police, this is where that comes from, and they believe the police are the enforcers of capitalism. That is why they're doing it.
Our movements. So we do have to deal with the police, but we have so much experience and so many strengths, and we're well positioned to fight. We help to lead the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression. We're in cities all over the country. If you are representing a branch of the Alliance or affiliated with us, drop it in the chat. We have a wealth of experience fighting against police crimes, fighting for justice for victims of
no, bro. No. Literally, this was never, ever said. Pretty sure last time I watched, Karlyn literally said they were not socialists and communists. What in the fuck were you smoking when you hallucinated that I said they're not socialists or communists? Are you smart enough to be here? Do you understand what I do? I cover the far left in America. That's all I've done for years. You have never seen any stream with me at all. Oh no. If you can't stay logically consistent, you're probably spreading propaganda. just like I knew, just like I thought. Too stupid to be on my chat. Now, unfortunately, you're on Twitter, which means I have to go over to Twitter to block you. My God, Karlyn never said they were socialists and communists. She's spreading propaganda. What a fucking retard you are, bro. And now you are muted in my chat, and now you're blocked, so you can't disrupt us ever again. All right, sorry for the intermission. Let's continue.
Police crimes and fighting repression, organizing against racist laws.
That's like next level fucking
leading
retardation
mass
right there.
mobilizations, building solidarity. We've been doing that, and it's going to take now, like was mentioned before, taking it to the next level, and not going into the shadows or allowing, fear to paralyze us or anything like that. There's so many opportunities for us, in light of all of the attacks that are coming our way. There's opportunities there as well. But I do want to say, as communists, as revolutionaries in these movements, we have to lead. We have to consciously intervene in the Black liberation movement and put things, on a revolutionary path. And the other thing is that the Democrats have shown us very clearly that they won't lead these fights to defend democratic rights, defend civil rights, and all the
more
areas,
shitting on the Democrats. You don't say.
The
don't
attacks that we're going to
say.
be facing. The Democrats are not going to lead those fights. Communists have to do that. And so we have to bring the fight.
The Democrats aren't going to lead those fights. Communists have to do it. Could they be more clear? Communists like this are fucking stupid. No, bro. No. You're the stupid one. Hey, listen. Listen. Thor, I don't even know how to say your name. Listen, I need you to pay very close attention to this video. This video is an instructional video just for you. You ready?
You take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up. Sometimes shutting the fuck up is the best thing you can do.
That is your job, bro. Your job, if you're going to continue to be in my chat, is to literally shut the fuck up, listen to what's going on, try not to break anything, ask questions when you're confused, but you are not allowed to chat in anymore with an opinion, because you've obviously not been paying attention at all. Listen again. Democrats are not going to do this. Communists have to do this.
The areas, the attacks that we're going to be facing. The Democrats are not going to not going to lead those fights. Communists have to do that. And so we have to bring the fight, not just because we're better at it, which we are, but because they won't. And so when we say we want to unite broad forces, we mean that. So we will unite with some of those forces wherever we can. We want to unite the many against the few. But we're fighting for working class leadership. Communists will lead these fights.
Excuse me? You tried to warn people what? Why do we have so many fucking retards in my chat tonight? You tried to warn people what? Who the fuck are you? Have you ever been in my chat before? Channel activity. Oh yeah, you've been around. Okay, you've been around. Fair enough. What did you try to warn people of exactly? We're waiting. What did you try to warn people of? We're waiting. Use your words. What did you try to warn people of? Entire stream stopped just for you, bro. Use your words. You were issuing a dire warning? Oh, to shut up? You're trying to warn them to shut up? Okay. You may stay. Thank you.
And that's what we're ready to do.
He can warn people to shut up. That's a good warning.
So, this is going to mean, like we said, stepping it up in terms of our mass mobilizations. When we talked about some of the federal and statewide fights, that's going to mean, creating broad coalitions and pulling together.
You're good, bro. Don't worry about it.
Local fights to be able to stage.
Hang on. When they say blackness, do they believe blackness was created by capitalism? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They believe whiteness was created by capitalism and blackness was created by capitalism. Whiteness denotes the ownership class, the people who own the property, the people who did not work in the sun. Blackness denotes the privately owned property, the people who were owned as property. The groups were created to distinguish the bourgeois from the proletariat, the oppressor from the oppressed, the property owner from the owned. So yes, they believe that capitalism created whiteness and capitalism created blackness because it's literally just the oppressor-oppressed paradigm. That is the basis of critical race theory. Good question.
You know, stage these struggles on the
Good
state arena
question.
and the national arena. And we're going to build solidarity. We know that we fight repression not from hiding, but we fight repression through solidarity. We have to build mass support. That's the most important thing we do, and that's how we defend ourselves. We know how to defend ourselves.
I'm going to let my chat answer this, okay? I'm going to let my chat answer this. Chat, is James Lindsay a good source of information? No, no, no. We hope you're joking. Laughing my ass off. No. Laughing. No. James is not a good... This is all answering the question. No. Fuck no. 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 James is the worst source ever. No. No. We need the Gnostic. I'm not going to take a break for the whole fucking song, okay? We're having a class here. We don't need to take a song break, but I appreciate the sentiment. No, not James Lindsay. Who is James? That's a great question. Who is James? Who even is he? I was told fuck no. Yeah, exactly. You were told fuck no by a lot of people. So, and you're going to find out why if you hang around the channel. No, James Lindsay is not a good source of information. He is a massive fucking retard that has lied to and misinformed millions of people. How very nice of him.
In our movements. And we're going to continue to do that and build the broadest and strongest movement that we can against Trump's agenda. So, you know, we in the Black Liberation Movement, we're well prepared. We're getting even more well prepared to lead the fight against all of the challenges that we have in this new terrain, but we have experience mobilizing for justice, combating repression, and we want to push the limits of our organizing. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to channel any talk of fear or hiding or anything. We're not doing that. We're channeling anger into action, and building up our movement. So we're going to do that together. Thank you everybody for putting the cities in the chat. Like the sister said, we're all over. So now is the time to organize, and we have everything to gain and nothing to lose.
All right, guys, we're about half an hour into this hour-and-a-half presentation, and I just want to bring up the fact that the channel membership goal has not moved in quite some time, and we still have about 70 channel memberships to bring into the channel tonight in order to fund my work. So I just want to take a moment and say, if I have taught you, one in the chat if you've learned something new already tonight, 2 in the chat if you haven't learned anything new yet. This is a live public class. I want to see how I'm doing. I want to see why the channel membership gifts have stopped coming in. 1 in the chat if you have already learned something new tonight. 2 in the chat if you haven't learned anything new yet. Hey, thank you, Lopez, for becoming a member of the channel. We really do appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks, Anthony, for the gifted channel membership. Really do appreciate that. W's in the chat for Lopez and Anthony. That's 2 more than we had before. Guys, it looks like a whole bunch of you have learned something new tonight. So I just want to encourage you. If you have learned something new tonight so far in this class, W's in the chat for Grim, 10 channel memberships. Really do appreciate it, bro. We still have a whole bunch of class to do. If you haven't learned something new yet, just wait. Just wait. We will learn you something new yet. But if you have already learned something new that you didn't learn before, please feel free to send in a channel membership. W's in the chat for Suzanne. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Would love to get to the halfway point. We're almost at the halfway point. We just got another one coming in. We got W's in the chat for Johan gifting a channel membership. Guys, we are like 5 away from being at the halfway point. Can we get one intrepid champion to gift 5 channel memberships to put us over the halfway point? We still got a lot of class left to go. There's still like an hour of this presentation left. So if you haven't learned anything new yet, that's cool. But maybe we can get one intrepid warrior to put us over the halfway point just to get us up to the top of the hill. That's the hardest part. Going down the hill after that. I'll sit here and wait. No channel memberships, no class. No channel memberships, no class. No channel memberships, no class. I can go buy purses on Whatnot right now, guys. I really... Oh, yo, we got some movement. 4 left. Chitalago, W's to you, bro. Really appreciate the contribution. There we go. There we go. Nick, the hero we need. Nick, W's in the chat to Nick. We also got W's in the chat to SoCal Ella. See, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Just like that. We are back on track. So that's going to bring us up to, I need to do math in my head, 56. Yo, did we just get another one? We got a Shay. Thank you for joining the channel. Welcome to the cult for Shay. Look at that. 57. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you. The sooner we hit the channel member goal, the much happier I'm going to be, and much less likely to yell if such a situation warrants. Yo, W's in the chat to Outdoors. 5 gifted channel memberships. Thanks so much, Outdoors. Really appreciate it. Up to 62. You guys rock. Okay, let's continue. Thank you for this brief intermission. I appreciate it.
Sydney loving everyone, 100%. Now is not the time to be afraid. Now is the time to fight. Every bad thing that can happen, every racist law, every attack on labor, every attack on, like they're talking about getting rid of the Department of Education.
Oh, man.
That's getting rid of grants. That's getting rid of public schools. The attacks,
oh, that would be great.
If Trump tries to deliver on everything.
Everyone knows the Department of Education still exists, right? The Department of Education still exists. It got defunded. A lot of people got fired, but like it does actually still exist, and it does actually still do stuff. And public schools, of course, are still hotbeds of leftist indoctrination. None of that has changed.
Thing he's promising, they'll be big. Every single one of those is a rallying call for communists to lead the fight. Like Sid said, it's not the time to be afraid. It's the time to use what we know. And like she said, we know how to beat charges. We know how to fight repression, and we have a great track record for it. FBI raids, felony charges. We're not afraid to take on this fight. And we will be the group that can build a communist party out of this fight. For everyone networking in the chat, please go on to our website, frso.org/join, and sign up, become a general member, become a cadre if you want to organize and go out among the masses and talk about these things. And then before we go to question and answer too, I also want to plug that our organization has published books, right? So the program is a powerful tool. If you haven't read it already, you need to read that. It summarizes who we are and what our line is. Even better, you can get copies of it and propagate it amongst your coworkers. You can propagate it within your union, within the mass organization if you're in one.
In your union.
Friends who you're trying to get to join with you. Use our program. It is a tool with which you can organize. And then we have our books, Revolutionary Science of Marxism-Leninism by Jay Sykes, which you can also study communism with, and Marxist-Leninist Perspectives on Black Liberation and Socialism by Frank Chapman. Who is an important leader in our organization and the Black Liberation Movement.
Appreciate it.
So we will go to question and answer in a sec. Before we do that, yeah, go ahead, Sid.
I just wanted to say somebody put in the chat, and I totally forgot to even say this, but like I said, the National Alliance Against Racism and Political Repression rolls deep all over the country, rolls deep in the South as well, and the Southern Regional Organizing Conference is coming up. So they dropped the link there.
Oh, they have a whole
for folks to
organizing
register
conference.
and-
Oh, isn't that nice? The
see
Southern
what we
Region
do.
Organizing Conference.
Absolutely. And to kind of give clarity, we're having a Southern Regional Organizing Conference because our group takes the national question seriously. We view that there are actually 3 oppressed nations in the U.S. That we know of at this time: the Black Belt South, the Southwest Aslan, and Hawaii. Right. So.
Oh, wow. That makes sense. They would consider Hawaii to be oppressed. That would make sense. Yup. Loki, thanks so much for the super chat. Can't give channel memberships from iOS. I know that sucks, but I appreciate it. And maxed out is on Substack as a founder. I really appreciate that, bro. That's very nice. Nevertheless, I support everything you do. That's awesome. I know that YouTube doesn't allow people to make channel membership gifts on the app, which is stupid and lame. And so I appreciate everyone who does it on the web. Because that is one of the things keeping the channel running. But of course, I also do love super chats, and I really do appreciate that Substack support. You rock, bro. Thanks so much.
You know, because that's important to us, we have the Southern Regional Organizing Conference, or the National Alliance does, and the FRSO is doing everything we can to build it. So if someone wants to put that registration link in the chat again for convenience. And with that, let's go ahead and get started. Do people have questions?
Q&A is always the best part.
Please raise your hand, because it's easier to call on people that way than in the chat, which moves.
Hawaii is stolen land from the indigenous. That's why.
Very quickly. Yeah, let's go to Jackie R.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh. Sure. So you need to stay muted because your mic doesn't work, but your question is quick. Okay. If you want to throw that in the chat so we can read it. I don't know.
Yo, Wolf! W's Wolf, 5 more gifted channel memberships. Thanks, bro. You rock.
Okay. Maybe while you're working on typing that up for us, Jackie, if others have other questions from the floor as well, we'll go to them in the meantime. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. We've got the question from Jackie, and then we'll go to you, Marigold. Okay. Last time Donald Trump took office, the Dems and liberals were all over the organizing and dissent. In many ways, they controlled it. How can we prevent liberal co-optation of what must be a socialist movement? So, do any of our
How can we prevent the Democrats and the liberals from co-opting our socialist movement? You know, conservatives are so fucking dumb. They really think that Democrats and liberals are doing the biddings of the socialists, when in fact, when you actually listen to a socialist meeting, they're saying, how do we prevent the Democrats and liberals from fucking everything up? Do you guys see how this works? Flex Mink, appreciate the channel membership. Thank you so much. You rock. W to Anthony, 5 more gifted channel memberships, bro. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. See, people who are new are telling me to clip this. Listen, maybe I will, but you gotta understand that, like, they say this shit literally all the time. Like, literally all the time they're saying this stuff. So it's like, if I clipped it every single time, like, socialists were talking about how much they hate the Democrats and how the Democrats are, you know, getting in their way, and how they don't like the Democrats, and how they don't like Kamala Harris, they don't like Joe Biden, they don't like Barack Obama. They it literally, in like, I know you're still learning and I appreciate that you're new. I'm trying to articulate to you, though, that they literally say this like all the time. All the time. And you may not have been exposed to it because it's not convenient for the right-wing narrative. That is not your fault. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. But, like, you've got to understand, they say this in almost every single fucking meeting we watch. Almost every single one. I've thought about this. I want to go back and make a montage of, like, the massive amount of clips that we have of them already saying this. Anyway, listen again. Listen again.
Last time Donald Trump took office, the Dems and liberals were all over the organizing and dissent. In many ways, they controlled it. How can we prevent liberal co-optation of what must be a socialist movement? So, do any of our panelists have questions of how we can take leadership? Yeah, Fern.
Oh, I was just thinking about the question. You know, I think we can really distinguish ourselves. In Freedom Road, we talk about having like leadership and initiative of the United Front. You know, and we want to distinguish
They want to be
ourselves
the
because the
vanguard.
tactics and strategies that we're going to use are going to be very different from what a lot of the Democrat party hacks are going to try to do in the coming period. We're not going to focus our primary work around elections or anything like that. We're going to be out in the streets fighting for specific issues around social justice, looking for, you know, bad bills that Republicans and others are trying to force through the legislative process. We're going to be looking at
It's
deportations that
iridescent.
are going on in the communities and protesting that and occupying offices around that. We're going to be looking at attacks on trade unions and lots of other groups and leading campaigns that get people organized in the workplace, confronting the boss, protesting and marching in the streets and rallying on campus. And again, you know, pushing the limit of what we're normally used to doing, of what we're comfortable doing, to get real change going on, and not simply relying on, you know, a primarily electoral-based approach. So we're definitely going to distinguish ourselves. And
Getting us to
I'm sure
75.
a lot of Democrats are going to be won over to our ideas, and there are going to be some who aren't. But as long as we're trying to build a broad, united front.
See, they're trying to win Democrats over to their ideas. They're not trying to work with the Democrats. They're not trying to get the Democrats to do their bidding. They're trying to convince the Democrats to radicalize against what they believe and to come over to their ideas.
Electoral-based approach. So we're definitely going to distinguish ourselves. And I'm sure a lot of Democrats are going to be won over to our ideas, and there are going to be some who aren't. But as long as we're trying to build a broad, united front to get real change, because we understand what the real problems are, I think our movement's going to look very different and be very strong.
Awesome. Thank you, Fern. Independence and initiative. Yes, Soul.
There we go. Sorry about that, y'all. I love what Fern answered, right? I think that's spot on as well. I just wanted to add that, you know, we're trying to make our mission today is to have y'all walk away with thinking, I'm going to help make the US ungovernable, right? And so part of what we've been saying a lot tonight is united front, right? And somebody put it in the chat, unity of action, not of ideas, right? But we do want people to be friendly towards what we're trying to build, right?
Yeah.
So well somebody it was Jackie who said that,
thank you, bro.
maybe some of these like liberal folk were in charge of the rhetoric.
Their membership numbers grew exponentially, and that's across literally every single far left group that I've been hearing talk about this. Their numbers have only gone up since Trump got back in office because people were really pissed off with the Democrats. It was just prime recruiting ground. It still is.
This time around, I do think that it's important though to meet people where they're at. You know, if people are upset that deportations are coming through, then make sure that you organize around stopping deportations, etc. Right? There's a lot of issues that matter to a lot of people depending on where you live. For me in Los Angeles, of course, it's going to be about deportations.
Jenny over on Rumble says with a $5 Rumble rant, AARP discounted tuition. All right, Jenny. All right. Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Be about people who are undocumented. And we want to be friendly to everyone. We want people to be attracted to the fact that the enemy are the rich, right? The enemy is Trump. The enemy is ICE. The enemy is the police, right? And a lot of different factors that go into oppressing us on the daily. And so if we're just, you know, saying, oh, we don't want to fight with y'all, we don't want to unite with y'all because you don't, you know, say revolution in your sentences, that's really going to make us lonely, right? We don't need to be lonely in a time where we should stand together to fight back against the number one enemy that we all have, right? So I just thought I wanted to say that. Back to you, sister.
Thank you, Soul. And you're 100% correct. The liberals are not our enemy. Most people in the U.S., a lot of people in the U.S. identify as liberal. They are not the leadership of the Democratic Party. We know who those people are, right? The finance capitals, right? But that's not the people who came out and voted or chose not to vote. It could be your parents, it could be your coworkers. So let's keep an open mind and unite around action. Times like this, people's minds are changing. And more than that, we want to be the ones to change them, right? To change those ideas. And if we didn't think people's views could change, we wouldn't be communists and we wouldn't be in this meeting. So thank you very much to our panelists. Do others want to answer that question? But if we're good, then we can go to the next hands. Okay, we can go to the next hands. We'll go to Marigold.
Hello. I have a slightly related question, I guess, and it's some of what I think Soul just touched
Marigold. Okay.
on, but I wanted to put it directly, though.
Okay.
When I think about talking about building a movement against Trump, I'm thinking back to like last time Trump was in office and the culmination of the 2020 election when Joe Biden was finally announced as the winner like a week later. I remember there seemed to be just like celebration everywhere from what I can see. And then we know 4 years later what happened with Biden's presidency is police murders went up. The Roe v. Wade was cut down under Biden. That more anti-trans bills.
Oh yeah,
across
they
the
didn't
US
like
came
Biden.
up and he
Are you telling me that they didn't like Biden and that they didn't agree with Biden and they thought Biden was a fascist? Wow.
Joe Biden was finally announced as the winner like a week later. I remember there seemed to be just like celebration everywhere from what I can see. And then we know 4 years later what happened with Biden's presidency is police murders went up. The Roe v. Wade was cut down under Biden. That more anti-trans bills across the US came up and he refused to fight them. More border wall was built still. And I think that a lot of us, us here with a like proper Marxist-Leninist analysis can recognize how Trump is more the symptom than the problem, right? That we're in an empire in decline and things are going to keep on getting worse like this, and that Trump is just a really flashy symbol of that. And so I'm just wondering, how do we like avoid that getting to that point that we got to 4 years ago where getting Trump out by any means necessary meant putting Joe Biden in and then losing a lot of the steam? How do we make sure that, like, even though we're trying to draw people in, maybe with we gotta fight against Trump, how do we make sure that we don't lose this spirit and make sure that it's ultimately a fight against monopoly capitalism and not just
the fight against Trump is ultimately a fight against capitalism? You don't say. Trump is not the problem. Capitalism is the problem. Trump is a symptom of the capitalist system. Trump is a manifestation of late stage capitalism. That is what they believe, guys. Trump himself is not the problem. Capitalism is the problem. Capitalism causes all problems. Capitalism means the United States government. Capitalism means the Constitution. Capitalism means parental rights. Capitalism means home ownership. Capitalism means business ownership. Capitalism means land ownership. It means intellectual property ownership. It means all of those things. Capitalism means racism. Capitalism means patriarchy, misogyny, whatever the fuck. Like, capitalism causes every single problem. Capitalism means ICE. Capitalism means DHS. Capitalism means the border. Capitalism means the police. Capitalism means the prison system. Capitalism creates all the problems. Do you get it? Global warming? Yep, because capitalism created climate change, so capitalism created global warming. The only way to save the environment, to save the world, is to literally abolish the United States government and overthrow capitalism. Again,
meant putting Joe Biden in and then losing a lot of the steam. How do we make sure
I know. I
even though
know I am.
we're trying to draw people in, maybe with we gotta fight against Trump. How do we make sure that we don't lose this spirit and make sure that it's ultimately a fight against monopoly capitalism and not just the one orange man?
See.
All right. Thank you, Marigold. Do any of our speakers want to? Yeah, go ahead, Sid.
Yeah, so I mean, I'll just say sometimes there's a
it's like 10 coats of nail polish.
We
right
could talk
there.
about the pendulum, right? And also we talk about the ebbs and flows of the mass movements, right? There's times when the mobilization and the energy is at a high level, and then there's times when it's low. We have to position ourselves in the peaks and the valleys to build the fight. But what are we really trying to do? We're not. That's why we talk about we want to unite as many forces as we can. Some who have a different vision of what they're going for than what we're going for, which is revolution. But we want to unite everybody we can under our leadership, not because we want to swing the pendulum back and forth or get back to the Democrats, but we as revolutionaries in the movement, we want to, find the advanced, the people that are activated in the struggle to change things. We want to win them over to revolutionary organization. We want to win campaigns like folks were talking about, and we want to raise the level of struggle. So even through those peaks and valleys.
North Korea has nothing to fucking do with this, Tammy. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're listening to that you think they talk like North Korea, but it's probably conservative propaganda. I strongly recommend you stop doing that. Just listen to what these people have to say. This has nothing to do with North Korea at all. I don't appreciate the distraction.
Those ebbs and flows, each time we want to keep that rising level of organization and build the fight. Ours is a long-term fight. So we have our eyes on the prize. Yeah,
100% Sid. And I raised my hand because I wanted to also take a stab at the question, but you're right that our central task has been party building, and that's what we've been doing the whole time, rather than knocking on doors to get folks elected. But, another thing that we said the last time we met too on these calls is that the Democrats and the Republicans are not the same. They do have different positions on some things. There are some things that we had taken for granted, with Democrat leadership, like the Department of Education existing, right? That could be under attack before. And I remember, people didn't think Trump could win as president the first time and, do such a thing as build a US-Mexico border wall. And then he did, right? He's trying to use national chauvinism, like people have said. And
Old Sub, in with the 20. Thanks so much, Old Sub, for your constant ongoing support. You're the best. I'm on team Dr. K. Fascist all the way. I like that. Defeat the commies at all costs. I want communists to be afraid when they see the plague doctor. You know what? That's a really good fucking goal. Every single thing. We should be graffitiing plague doctors this is what we should really be doing. We should be graffitiing plague doctors all over the fucking country in like major American cities. Like we should make a stencil where people can just get a can of like spray paint and they print out the stencil and they cut it out on their own. And then they go and spray paint fucking plague doctors all over America in like leftist cities and stuff like that. That would be fucking cool. Make communists afraid again. This is the new era of McCarthyism. We need to persecute the far left again. We need to make these people afraid to ever say in public that they are communists again. That's a great idea, Old Sub. I really appreciate the super chat. Thanks so much.
The Democrats and Republicans represent the same class, but they do have different positions on different things. And it means we can build a big fight if we tried. And the people in the chat saying that we all used to be liberals is correct. And I still remember being, someone who loved Jon Stewart and then, joined a student group. So yeah, let's go to Seoul.
There we go. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to get better at unmuting myself. Exactly, Chrisley. I was a liberal and I did like Jon Stewart. So, oh my gosh, you just like hit it on the nail for me.
I love this. I fucking love this. This is like how I have to confess all the time. Guys, I used to be a Democrat and I was on the left for 20 years. For socialists, it's the same thing. Guys, I used to be a liberal, okay? I used to be a liberal. I used to like Jon Stewart. I grew up. My views evolved, okay? Again, like, if socialists were really liberals and liberals were really socialists, would a socialist have to go into a socialist meeting and confess that they were once a liberal? No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all.
There we go. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to get better at unmuting myself. Exactly, Chrisley. I was a liberal and I did like Jon Stewart. So, oh my gosh, you just like hit it on the nail for me. But yeah, so yeah, embarrassing, y'all. I'll admit it. So I did want to.
It was embarrassing to be a liberal.
This just because it's a good question, right, Marigold? I do want to remind us though that while 2016 was like so long ago, it feels like, right, when Trump first got elected, I do want to say that January 6th, 2017, I saw massive protests around the country during his inauguration. In Los Angeles, we helped lead a huge protest that was in the middle of the rain, and it hardly ever rained
Oh no, I'm
in
painting
Los
my nail.
Angeles,
Oh
but it
no.
did that day, and it was very memorable because we were freezing.
Hang on. W's to Little Miss with the 5 channel memberships. Thanks so much, bro. I really, really appreciate it. That brings us, oh God, I'm gonna have to do fucking math. 81. We are now at 81 channel memberships. We are getting so close to our goal. I really do appreciate it, bro. You rock. Thanks so much for the super chat. What's the difference in socialists and Trots? There is no difference. And why do some socialists say they're not Trotsky cultists? There are different belief systems. Okay, so first of all, you're listening to BreadTube. Let me tell you where you're getting that. You're getting that from YouTube socialists. YouTube socialists are not real socialists. Stop fucking listening to BreadTube. Stop listening to people like Vosh. Stop listening to people like Assam Piker. Stop listening to people like Haas. Haas isn't even a real fucking socialist. The far left completely denounces him. We don't listen to any of those people because, like, this conversation only happens on socialist YouTube where they are not real socialists. So I would say it doesn't matter, and you need to start listening to real socialists. These are real activists doing things in the real world. So it like, none of that fucking matters. I understand why you're asking, and I'm not trying to make you feel bad, but you got to understand, YouTube socialists are fucking grifters that are just trying to make money on content. That's all it is. We never watch them for a reason. They're not relevant on the far left. So, old sub! Holy shit, bro! W's in the chat for old sub, putting us over the top. I didn't even need to ask. I didn't need to beg. We just got old sub Sailor coming in with the 20 at the very end, putting us over the top. Really appreciate it, bro. We have now brought in 101 new channel members today. That's awesome. That's 101 more people who are going to be able to come to Spy Stream next week, and that's cool. Thank you guys for the support. We still got a bunch left to go. We're only like halfway through this video. I want everyone to feel free to continue to send me money and channel memberships, though. Just because we meet the goal doesn't mean you can't do it. We can blow the goal out of the water. That's always an option. But I'm not going to ask you guys anymore. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support. Let's continue with our class.
And a lot of us were not equipped for the rain that day. And so, I got to see that, and I was like,
we already got some more. Hang on. Chitalago, this is on behalf of all vets. Old sub inspires me. Thank you, Chitalago. I really do appreciate that. Thanks so much. W's to Malcolm, sending in 5 more gifted channel memberships. Really, really, really do appreciate that, bro. Then we got Little Miss here. My ladies wanted to wish we are all family here. Lots of love. Hang in there. Took us over a year to really understand the left. Yeah, for people who are new, guys, it just takes time to learn this stuff. It really does just take time. And so if you're new and you're overwhelmed with it, just hang out, listen, ask questions, do the intro course on the Substack. Again, if you're new to my work after our class today, head over to my Substack. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. Click on new to my work up here in the corner and do the re-education masterclass. That's going to help you out a lot, okay? So if you're new and you're like, what the fuck is even going on? And why is this person saying Democrats aren't socialists? You're new, you're learning. It is what it is. It takes time to learn. It took some of us a long time to learn this stuff. This is designed to help you learn a lot quicker. We didn't have access to this when I first started doing these, so you guys have access to it. Please use it. Thanks, Malcolm, from one fascist to another. I really appreciate you, bro. All right, back to our show.
Damn, you know, we're pretty strong. We're pretty united out here. I saw people that I know for a fact were Democrats out there on the streets who hadn't been protesting, and then they went out that day because they were unhappy, which is the rightful position. But I also wanted to remind us that George Floyd actually was killed in 2020, and that we saw, you know, a police precinct be burned in Minnesota, right? And so I just think that those are the kinds of things that draw us back into how powerful we can be if we stand united. We do understand that sometimes it takes Trump to spur people into taking action, and that's all right. And we should be there. We should be ready and helping lead the fight instead of being, you know, super upset and wanting to cry the entire time, right? I know that.
Oh, make communists afraid again. MCAA. Yeah, totally, bro. Thanks for the member chat. Really appreciate it.
I helped organize with a lot of people in Los Angeles a post-election rally here in Boyle Heights at a metro station. And one of the people asked me, one of the attendees and a friend of mine, their name is Luna, and they asked me, how were you doing yesterday? And I said, what do you mean? And it took me a while to realize that it was such a devastating blow to a lot of people that Trump got elected, and they were watching it. And I was just very, very bitterly, very cynically watching, because I knew he was going to win in my mind, right?
Everyone.
And so it does take us a lot to be, you know, understanding of people, and it's right for them to be upset. But I do think we gotta take the moment now and fight back as soon as we can.
Thanks, FarQ. Appreciate you being a member of the channel.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Soul. And then Fern, I saw your hand come up earlier. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just briefly, I think folks.
Yeah, just so you guys know, if you're a channel member, you probably have a free member chat that you can use. I think you get a free member chat every single month. So please use your member chats if you feel like it.
Covered it. I wanted to highlight too that people learn through struggle. You know, that's a saying in Freedom Road Socialist Organization and in Marxism in general. People learn through struggle. I think that one way to keep folks from like the pendulum swinging back and forth from like Democrat or Republican thinking, get them involved in the struggle. Folks who are involved in the struggle, who are protesting out in the streets against police crimes, who are opposed to like transphobic bills that are coming out, folks who are fighting for the environment, they see the hypocrisy of both parties of the 1% in action. You know, when you're out there fighting for something and your mayor, who might be a Democrat, is calling the police on you, is trying to stop what you're doing, is not playing ball, not being friendly to these progressive ideas you're trying to put forth into the community, that's when people learn to stop thinking that the Democrats are the solution and start looking to organizing others, you know, once they learn through struggle. And I think that's the key to pulling more people away from that mindset. You know, we learn things from books, we learn things from panels like this one we're having tonight, but the main way people learn is experience and struggle.
100%, Fern. That's the theory, the Marxist theory of knowledge.
Let's see. What do you got to say, Brand Dog? You will lose in 2028, just like 2024. Angry lesbians at their do you? Thank you for the money. I'm going to keep the money. Do you think the people in the video can hear you? Do you think this video was filmed in November 2024? Do you think the people in the video can hear you? They didn't lose in they didn't lose in 2024. These are not Democrats. They did not lose anything in 2024. They were thrilled when Trump got elected. because that allowed them to recruit from the Democrats and the liberals and the progressives to grow their radical revolutionary movement. These people did not lose in 2024. These people won. These people don't vote. These people didn't vote for Kamala Harris. These people protested Kamala Harris. Like, literally, this group protested the DNC. So, thanks for the money. Thanks for the money. If you're calling me a lesbian, I've been happily married to a man for almost 15 years. Very sorry to disappoint. Hey, thanks, little miss. See, they even say they're not Democrats. They've been saying they're not Democrats this entire fucking presentation.
All right, so we've got a lot of hands. Let's go next to Alex Kogan.
Seems like a lot of our questions are on similar themes.
Ooh.
But so
trans, non-binary.
Obviously, it seems like a lot of people.
Who even knows? I don't even know what people are anymore. Hey, thanks so much for the super chat. Thanks, makes total sense. I heard it on a DSA podcast. She said her ex became a trot and left the fam. Yeah, okay, so it's like there's different opinions on the far left spectrum about what they believe. But again, like, I have never heard one of the serious leftist activists that I cover talk about being a trot or complaining about trots. So I think that's something that mostly comes from like the ACP, which isn't really a real communist organization. The other said she used to be a Trotsky and then became a lefty. So no, it's not a dumb question. I appreciate why you're asking it, because it can be really confusing when you hear all this stuff. I've just never actually heard this conversation happen on the real far left. I've only heard it happen among content creators. And so I think it's like a content creator, like, grifter thing. That's my current opinion. I might be proven to be wrong on that, but that's just based on what I've heard. But I do appreciate the super chat. It's not a dumb question. Thank you so much. Yo, there you go. They're sending me money to apologize. Well done, bro. Well done. We're back. Okay, let's continue.
Analyses have shifted since 2016, and we can see how Democrats trying to run the same election, do the same strategy again as they did in 2016 didn't work out. And so I wanted to know, like, how are conditions now different from 2017, and how will FRSO's strategy be different than it was in 2017? Because
layers
otherwise you can't just be like, just organize more and harder the way that you already have been for 8 years, or that you did in the first time, because as someone said, that just resulted in Trump again.
All right, thank you,
yeah,
Alex.
we talk about Mayday all the
Do
time.
any of our panelists want to speak to that? Yeah, Fern.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite differences about organizing in the coming period versus our experience after 2016 is that our organization has grown by leaps and bounds. I think it's going to continue along that trend.
Yep, it did.
We're a lot stronger. We're a lot bigger in different places. We're active in more cities now than we were back then. And I think that that's going to contribute to our ability to win all that can be won. And I think that's going to be a real key difference that we feel here compared to our efforts to organize in the past. I'm going to shout out some of my friends in Salt Lake City who are organizing on campuses at the university there.
Salt Lake City
recently had a good victory, getting some real.
Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City. That's in Utah. That's a red state. What is a tanky? It doesn't matter for the purpose of this, because literally it's only something that I see come up from grifter content creators pretending to be communists when they aren't really communists. So don't worry about it. Don't worry. I don't need it. Well, I mean, if a new purse comes up, you just got to let these things happen, Melissa. You can't just manifest a new purse based on whatever nail polish you're wearing at any given time. Really, this nail polish could go with many purses. I have a purple Gucci. I have the sparkle purse. I have the Gucci Sylvie sparkle purse. I might already have. The Gucci Sylvie sparkle purse might be the perfect purse for this nail polish, but I appreciate the sentiment.
Investment from the university's program to support Israel. I'm going to highlight, comrades that are working in the Chicago Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression, and their effort to bring real change and real options for the people forward in the forms of fighting for civilian police accountability councils. I think we're going to see victories here, and I think that's going to draw more and more people into the fight. I think we are going to be able to see victories. As hard as Trump is going to come after immigrants, I think the immigrants' rights movement is going to grow, is going to be able to fight back. And
True,
win
that
real
did happen.
victories.
Yep,
And I think
true.
that's going to continue to swell our numbers.
The immigrant rights movement has been a massive, massive, massive component of far left organizing, and I would bet pretty much every immigrant rights group in the country right now is funded through taxpayer dollars. It may be either directly or indirectly. And so that's stuff that I put out there. That's data that I put out there. Other people need to do the journalism on that. But immigrant rights, like taxpayer funding of immigrant rights groups, is a huge, huge, huge problem when it comes to anti-ICE organizing. Yo, little miss, I appreciate the super chat. Karlyn, Jenny, and Julietta want to ask to see the sparkle purse. It's in the other room. So maybe not right now. Let me hang on. I'll show you a picture of it. Hang on. I'll show you a picture. Sylvie. This is the sparkle purse. This is my limited edition Gucci Sylvie sparkle purse. It's gray, and these are sequin flowers that have been like applied to it, and it's awesome. And the only place I wore it was Victor's naturalization ceremony. This was the purse I brought to Victor's naturalization ceremony to become a U.S. citizen, and it was great. And I got compliments on it by the woman that served us at breakfast, and that was pretty cool. But that is the sparkle purse. That is one of my prized possessions. That's like a $4,000 fucking purse that doesn't leave the house and sits in a contained place of honor where it can't be infiltrated by smoke or scents or any of those things, because that's a fuck off expensive rare purse. That is like the prize purse of my collection at the moment. Though who knows what purses I might buy tomorrow? Who knows? I didn't pay thousands of dollars for that purse, just so people know. Can you give me the lowdown on the Black Red Guard? I have no idea who that is. And generally speaking, when it comes to content creators, my answer is usually no. It's usually not worth watching, but I don't know who that is. So maybe it's worth watching. Maybe it's not. I've never watched it that I remember. So I just don't have a good answer for you, but I do appreciate the super chat. Thanks so much. Maybe I'll check it out. Average person, thank you for the super chat. I'm quite happy seeing you happy with your purses. You've earned it after years of struggle. My purses make me very happy. They make me very happy. What's my favorite purse? Why are you asking me to pick among my children? That's just not fair. The one that I've been using a lot lately is this one. This is a picture I took today. I was out at the mall, and this is my white limited edition Gucci Sylvie. It has bees and stars on it. That's probably my favorite one of the moment, just from a functional perspective. It's like a good size. I can fit everything in it. Also, it looks fucking cool. Also, I'm going through a white moment where I'm really responding to like white and gold. Like I want every bag that's like white and gold. So that's probably the one at the moment. But you know what? I might change my mind on that. Maybe I switch my favorites. Who knows? Malcolm, I just sent you a donation via your Stripe donation link. Is that the best way to donate? Malcolm, I really do appreciate the donation. Thanks so much for that. Any way you want to donate is fine with me. So if you want to donate through Stripe, that's totally available. If you want to do super chats, channel membership, Substack membership, all of that is fine. Whatever works best for you. I really do appreciate it, bro. You become such an amazing supporter. Thank you so much. You're super generous, and I really, really, really do appreciate it. Little Miss, thank you again for another super chat. Special thanks from Julietta and Jenny. They're so excited, and thanks for the short break. Thank you guys. Thank you. Hi, Jenny and Julietta. Appreciate you guys and appreciate your dad, of course. All right. And all the haters online are like, you used all the filters. I literally didn't use filters. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. You know what's funny about this? Even these pants, I had to roll down the waistband of these pants because even these pants are getting too big on me now. I just had to order a whole new set of jeans. I had to order like 4 new pairs of jeans because none of my fucking jeans fit anymore. Anyway, back to the show, back to class, no more distraction.
And to swell our real power and our real ability to affect change for people. You know, I think that, for example, I work for a very large warehouse covered by the Teamsters.
Amazon.
And because of our comrades
They're in the other
pushing
room.
within the Teamsters Union, we were able to get better leadership and win a historic contract that made a real difference
Oh, yeah?
for workers on the grounds, a better contract than I've ever seen since I've been working there. And I think that comrades all over the country are going to be involved in fights and get better results, better victories than we would see otherwise if the Democrats were fumbling around trying to figure out what to do. I think the people on this call are going to be what makes the difference in this fight, because we're going to get active, we're going to be in the streets, and we're going to really push the limits and build the broadest movement possible that includes a lot of liberal folks, a lot of folks who won't agree with us on everything, but who are united against fighting Donald Trump and his reactionary agenda.
Yeah, 100%. We are closer now than we were in 2017 to the goal of party building. So, and getting it built. So let's keep going.
Yeah, let's keep
Other
going.
panelists, speakers. Okay. If not, let's just keep rolling with the questions. Let's go to D.
Hey everyone, glad to be here. The question that I have requires a
modeled
little bit
them
of
yesterday.
context. So I've been organizing around Palestinian liberation in my community for the past year now, at this point, and from an emotional standpoint, it's been frustrating, feeling like the movement in the United States and the West and the imperial core hasn't necessarily met the urgency of the genocide. Now I have comrades who I organize with who will say things like, you know, we have to meet people where they're at and that it's a long-term fight, which I completely understand. But in a situation where every passing day could mean thousands of violent deaths, where it feels like we could be doing more for the sheer fact that we just have access to more resources than those in the global South, it does feel like time is a luxury. Now, I'm new to this organization, but I was a former dues-paying member in the DSA. I was going to join the PSL, but ended up not sticking with either group because of the city I'm in. Folks who are more politically active, who I've encountered, tended to be more well-off. Where I come from, I came from a single mother, working class family. My earliest memory was being evicted from my home at the age of 6.
Hey, thanks, Robert. I really do appreciate it. What I'm doing is starving myself and only eating protein. But you know what? Starving yourself through it. And I'm not actually starving. Doing intermittent fasting and eating a fuck ton of protein and not a whole lot of sugar or carbs. That's exactly what I'm doing. And it works. Who would have thunk it?
So it's been hard to see eye to eye with those who
the keto
I feel
crash
like haven't met the sense
starvation
of
diet.
urgency of those who have experienced material difficulties. Now, I'm just curious, my question, like what would be a proper response and action, or even anything that people who feel similarly to I do, like what would that look like to you guys? And feeling that, just how to deal with that frustration.
Yeah, losing weight is... Yeah.
All right, panelists.
Unironically, yes. The far left does consider losing weight to be capitalism because the left... One in the chat if you have not yet been introduced to fat liberation. 2 in the chat if you have watched a fat liberation presentation with me before. 1 in the chat if you have not yet been introduced to fat liberation and you're really excited to learn what fat liberation is. 2 in the chat if you have suffered through a fat liberation presentation with me. Oh. The left believes that diet culture which pushes weight loss and capitalist beauty standards, obviously supports the capitalist system. The reason they do fat liberation and are against body shaming and that sort of stuff is it is a political statement against the capitalist system. And the reason that they look weird and they don't mind being fat and dyeing their hair weird and stuff like that, that's called queering your appearance. To queer is to push back against the normative beauty standards enforced upon us by capitalism. So the reason that queer activists specifically have crazy hair and are oftentimes fat and they have tattoos and they dress weird and all that stuff, it's not just because they're weird, it's them making a political statement against capitalism by queering their normative appearance and to push back against the capitalist standards of beauty. Everything. You will understand the left when you understand that they believe literally every single problem is created by capitalism. We'll look around for a good fat liberation presentation to introduce you newbies to, and just be aware that every time there is a fat activist, and this is proven out time and time again, every single time we find a fat liberation activist, we also find an amateur porn star. Because apparently fat liberation and amateur fat porn go together. They anytime we see someone arguing for fat liberation, they are inevitably making amateur porn on the internet. And I have seen things that I cannot unsee. And someday I will show those things to you. And oh yeah, if you don't want to wait, just look up fat liberation. I have several fat liberation presentations that I've covered. It's a good time. Good time.
What do folks think? How can we channel how we feel about what's going on in Palestine? Yes, Soul.
Hey y'all, thank you. Dee, that's a really good question. And thank you for being so, upfront with your situation. It sounds like you're using that to motivate you, which I find very awesome. I did want to say that, I help organize, even though I'm with the Legalization for All Network, I do belong to an organization, a mass organization in Los Angeles called Centro CSO, or Community Service Organization, been around since the 40s. And shout out to anybody from CSO who is on this call. But I did want to say that during the Grammys, and I'm just going to say this to you as some inspiration for you, and in the darkness of times where you might be like thinking, why is everybody just going about their business and not caring about the genocide in Palestine, right? So we live in Los Angeles. Hollywood is really close, and big money movie making stuff happens all the time. That includes the Grammys. And so we were very angry that the Grammys were just going about their business when in the middle of this genocide, they could have stopped it. They could have.
Super chat. Thank you so much. Just a college dropout. Please no fat liberation porn. I'm still recovering from 2022. Well, if you see me covering fat liberation, maybe don't come to class that day, because I promise you, if you guys see me covering fat liberation, there's going to be fat porn at some point in that presentation. We've been surprised too many times. I will no longer be surprised by the fat porn that suddenly pops up on the screen.
Funded, Palestine instead.
It's not
they could have
safe
done a lot
for work.
of things.
Exactly.
And so we organized with the U.S. Palestinian Community Network
not
to try to shut
safe
down the
for
Grammys.
Work.
And so CSO was at the forefront, and we took to the streets, and we did it with the USPCN and a couple of other really cool friends. And while we didn't straight up shut down the Grammys, we definitely delayed it. And we felt
they
really,
shut down
really
the
awesome
Grammys
when people like Mark Ruffalo
I don't care so much about that.
and on the red carpet said, justice for Palestine. Those are small victories that I think really show that you can make a difference. And when, people are trying to go about their business, we should interrupt them. We should interrupt them. We should remind them of what's really happening around the world, especially with the genocide
enough
of
layers
Palestine,
of nail polish.
and shut shit down if you can. I recently heard that in
nails
Chicago, they interrupted, I forget his name. What's the Zionist humorist guy? What's comedy? Sorry, I'm like, what is the word? My English and Spanish. What's his name, y'all? I forget. But they interrupted that, and I was so happy to see that happen. If you are sad, just make sure that you can remind yourself that you can shut something down that is Zionist, or to try to fund the people of Palestine instead.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Soul. And inspiring here that that's what comrades were up to on the night of the Grammys. We're always there. Any other things people want to say among our panelists? And then before we go to the next question, I actually want to say too, so I'm actually the
doing a
chair
top
of the
vote.
student commission in the FRSO, and we have a lot of good comrades in, you know, in student organizations such as SDS, Students for a Democratic Society. And I remember in 2014 when 200 people coming out to a Palestine protest was a lot. Like, it was a lot in 2014, like, whoa, 200 people. And in the spring, people were shutting down their whole school. Schools were going remote because of the encampments for Gaza
What'd you
movement.
say?
We had students who got expelled and deported because of that movement.
Real.
So, you know, things are certainly not at the level of what the Arab resistance is capable of building in the Middle East. They're having a revolution over there. Obviously, we're not having a revolution here, but things are changing fast. And young people are putting a lot of things on the line, and I think things will just keep changing and sharpening, and there's a lot to be hopeful about, right? Young people who...
This is a fragrance that smells like a fireplace burning, and it's so intoxicating. I got this off of Whatnot, obviously. It's from Mason Margiela. It's called Replica, and it's called By the Fireplace. It smells like a fucking fireplace burning. It is a trip of a fragrance. I didn't like it at first, and now I'm fucking addicted to it, which is why it's sitting on my desk. Hey, thank you for the super chat. Do they give props to capitalism for anything? Nope. Capitalism creates all problems. Capitalism creates all oppression. Remember, though, you also have to remember their specific definition of capitalism is private property ownership. So I want to make sure you understand what they're criticizing specifically. It may not be how you define capitalism. It's how they define capitalism. Capitalism creates all problems in the world. Why does the left truly hate Israel? The left truly hates Israel because they believe Israel are the settler colonists who stole the land from the indigenous Palestinians and privatized it under the oppressive force of capitalism. By the way, the left hates America for exactly the same reason. They believe the United States stole the land from the indigenous people and privatized it under the oppressive force of capitalism. Prior to the land being stolen from the indigenous people, both in Israel and in the United States, it was under the collective caretakership of the indigenous people. Collective caretakership is different than ownership. It is different than privatization because collective caretakership does not exclude any people from the land. When borders were created, borders were a way to privatize land to exclude people from coming onto it. That is why the left hates Israel. It has nothing to do with Israel being Jewish, has nothing to do with Palestinians being Muslim. It has to do with Israel are the settler colonists who stole the land from the indigenous people. The Palestinians are in a decolonization socialist uprising against their capitalist oppressors. That's why. Hope that helps. I stated there are experts on the far left about... Oh, thank you. Thank you, Billy. I appreciate that. Well, because Israel is so hateable because Israel is a terrorist state. 1 in the chat if Israel is a terrorist state. 2 in the chat if Israel is the best thing ever. 1 in the chat if Israel is a terrorist state. 2 in the chat if Israel is the best thing ever. And just remember, the reason I have for disliking Israel is completely different than the reason they have for disliking Israel. We might both dislike Israel, but we have very different reasons for disliking Israel.
Decided to make this their life and, you know, like won't even get their college degrees that they paid for, things like that. Shout out to SDS in the chat. Yes, Sid.
Yeah, I think those were great answers. I mean, you know, a lot of people come into our areas of work and come into this from different reasons. Many of us, you know, we
You're not
have
breaking your
working
character
class
in Zionist cuck.
backgrounds
Okay.
or oppressed nationality backgrounds, and so like I said, we come to it from different angles. But most of the time, we're pissed off about something. We're pissed off about the experiences that we've seen that our family and that our people.
Hang on. Capitalism is what blocks them from their individual power against you? Nope, that's not right. The left rejects individualism. They reject individual power. They even reject individual terrorism. We have watched look up a concept called individual terrorism versus collective terrorism. The far left rejects far leftists who engage in violent and destructive acts on an individual basis because everyone should be engaging in terrorism. I swear to God, we've literally watched presentations about this. Maybe we should watch that presentation again. We watched that presentation a while ago, but it's a really shocking fucking presentation. They literally done presentations about rejecting far leftists that engage in like individual acts of vigilantism because everyone should be doing it and they should be doing it as a big collective group. The far left does not care about individual power. The far left is a collectivist mindset. You've got to remember that. Individualism upholds capitalism. Individualism upholds private wealth. Private wealth is what capitalism is. It is what is fundamentally oppressive in the leftist mindset. So no, they reject all individualism. They reject capitalism because capitalism creates all oppression. It creates all oppression because it creates all hierarchy. Thanks, Reagan. Appreciate it.
You know, this system killing us. And you know, that out of that anger springs rebellion. But what we want to do as well
the issue is not terrorism, it's the individual part. Exactly.
Channel rebellion into liberation, right? And so that's part of what we're doing, organizing in these different areas of work. You know, and we do want to. I think with the Palestine movement and the solidarity movement around the world, we have seen, you know, people like Chrisley mentioned the students. I mean, I see that as just an example of people being pulled into this work and being on a new level, on a different level where they're willing.
Just if you want to see the original stream we did, just look up individual terrorism on my channel. It should come right up. Deets, did I miss a super chat from you? I'm really sorry. I apologize for that. Oh, maybe it wasn't from Deets. It was from Shay. I apologize, Shay. I didn't see your super chat. Can we send you stencils to pick for? Yes. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yep. And also, by the way, you guys don't need my permission to do things. If you like a stencil, go do something with it. You truly don't need my permission. But if you want to come up with some designs, I will certainly tell you which one is my favorite. I will certainly give you feedback on it. I would appreciate that. You can always DM stuff to me on Twitter. That usually tends to be the best way to get my initial reaction, just because sadly it's the platform that I'm on the most. You can also send it to me on Discord. I'll look at it there, but Twitter is going to be usually the fastest. So, but again, like if you want to design stuff, I think that'd be fucking rad. And if you just want to pick stuff, like if you don't need my permission though, you don't need my blessing. And I just want to be really clear about that. Like, just go do stuff, bro. Just go do stuff. But I'm happy to give you feedback if I see it. And thank you so much for the super chat. For your tattoo, I used the black and white plague doctor on the Decode the Left page. I gave it to the artist. That's such a fucking rad tattoo. Old Sub Sailor actually got a plague doctor tattoo. It's fucking awesome. You're such a legend for doing that, bro.
To sacrifice all of the things that, you know, they were taught they should be holding dear.
It's so crazy. Like for years I felt like I was screaming at the wall, and now I have people literally tattooing my logo on themselves and naming their children after me. Do you guys see this? There's a member of my community that's literally naming their yet to be born child after me. That's crazy. You guys are the best. I'm going to do my best to serve you guys, but it's just like, it's crazy. You want to see the tattoo? Okay, I'll show you the tattoo. I will show you the tattoo. It's in the chat on the Substack, so people can always go back to the chat and find it there. But I'm gonna have to save this tattoo on my desktop or something. For the amount of times people ask me to see it, there is the tattoo, and it's awesome. And it's awesome.
And willing to give up everything and throw ourselves into the struggles for liberation and into the revolutionary struggle.
Coming in, hanging out, bro. We appreciate it.
I totally do think that in this new area, we're going to see more of that willingness to see where our brothers and sisters there are enduring and realizing that, you know, we don't want to play by these rules. We want to unite everybody that we can against the monopoly capitalists who are causing all this shit and killing people for money. So I totally agree. It's been rising to a new level, and it's gonna continue to.
Yep. 100%. Thank you, Sid. Yeah, let's get this country back to lighting police precincts on fire. And I know the right wingers won't like that, but let's go next to Amelia Moss.
Wait. I'm sorry. What the fuck? Clip. Hang on.
Yep. 100%. Thank you, Sid. Yeah, let's get this country back to lighting police precincts on fire. And I know the right wingers won't like that, but let's go next to Amelia Moss.
Okay. Hey, do you guys want to play a game called Make a Clip Go Viral on Twitter? You guys want to play a game called Make a Clip Go Viral on Twitter? You guys, now we don't have a tranny in this one, so it might not go as viral as the tranny clickbait that we planted on Twitter last week, which really fucking pissed off conservatives. Conservatives were more fucking pissed off at me for tricking them into sharing my clickbait than they were at the actual tranny, which was fucking hilarious and awesome. Give me 1 second here. 1 second, please. Hang on. Okay. Hang on, I gotta get my watermark on it, because as we learned last time, if we don't put a watermark on it, what happens when we don't put a watermark on it? Oh, conservatives steal it and pretend that they found it. Give me 1 second here. 1 moment, please. Un momento, por favor. Just to get my branding on it, because God knows we have to. Because conservatives stuck and they steal my shit all the time, and this just takes 2 seconds to do. Okay, let's see. Oh, we still need to get the hang on. One more. Hang on. 1 second, please. Un momento, por favor. Oh, actually, that's perfect. That is actually perfect. I know you guys can't see what I'm doing right now, but I'm making something look nice because it has to look nice to be on fucking Twitter. Okay. Yeah, we'll move this up here. 1 sec. Okay, I got it. Exporting. Let's get the country back to lighting police precincts on fire. Okay, exporting now. Are you guys ready? Or is everyone logged into their Twitter account? Is everyone logged into their Twitter? We are about to play a very fun game called Let's Make a Clip Go Viral on Twitter. Hang on 1 sec. Chrisley Capiro is a leader in the Freedom Road Socialist organization. You guys can see what I'm doing right now. There we go. Chrisley Capiro is a leader in the Freedom Road Socialist organization. Here is Chrisley calling to what the fuck did she say? Hang on. What the fuck did she say? Let's get the saying, let's get the country back to lighting police precincts. Is that how we spell precinct? Probably not. On fire. Is that how we spell precinct? Can someone please spell check me? I don't know how to fucking spell precinct. Precinct. Is that how we spell it today? That is how we spell it. I know how to do spelling. Whoever said I was bad at spelling, I can spell too. Spelling was always my worst subject in school. I suck at spelling. Okay, let me just make sure I have this correct. Hang on. Oh, and the connection failed because Twitter fucking sucks. Twitter fucking sucks. It sucks. It sucks. Doesn't ever want to upload my videos. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, let's get this country back to lighting police precincts on fire, and I know the right wingers won't like that.
Let's get this country back to lighting police precincts on fire. Okay. Everyone ready? Is everyone logged into their Twitter account? Are you ready to go? Are you ready to go? Send. And now I'm going to make this go viral by putting it in the chat. Make this go viral. And what I need you guys to do, we're going to pin this to the top of the chat on YouTube and on Rumble. And what I need everyone to do is I need everyone to go to their Twitter account right now. And I need you to do 5 things for me, okay? I need you to do 5 things. I need you to bookmark the tweet. I need you to heart the tweet. I need you to reply to the tweet, say whatever you want to say, tag people, do whatever you want to do, doesn't really matter. I need you to retweet the tweet. And I need you to quote tweet the tweet. And again, you can say whatever. This is crazy. Leftists suck, whatever you want to say. It doesn't really matter. Do all those 5 things for me. And if everyone in the chat does those 5 things right now, this will go viral on Twitter, okay? And that's pretty fun and rad. So again, bookmark the tweet, click this little thing. This all drives the algorithm. Heart the tweet, retweet the tweet, quote tweet the tweet, do both of them, and then reply to the tweet. Let's see how many people have done it so far. 33 bookmarks, so 33 people have done it. Guys, do all 5 things. All 5 things. I need everyone bookmarking, everyone liking, everyone retweeting, everyone quote tweeting, everyone replying. We only have 17 replies. Guys, you can do better than 17 replies. I know you can. Hey, thanks, Effectual Insurrection over on Rumble. Little Gray Cells, a great Rumble chat participant, is trying to help on X, but I think Dr. K blocked him. Okay, I'll look it up. I will unblock that person. Can you just confirm that that is actually their screen name on there? I will unblock that person. Don't be a retard to get in my chat, like all that stuff. Let me see. Let me just put his name in real quick. Little Gray Cells. I don't see that account, so can someone please confirm his name for me? Okay, well then you got to put your Twitter... Bro, if you want me to unblock you on Twitter, you got to tell me what your Twitter handle is. So tell me what your Twitter handle is and I'll unblock you, okay? All right, let's keep going.
Hey there. Hey, so I guess my question is, so obviously for the past year and a half, we've seen the links that the ethnostate will go to cement
Amelia.
its existence.
Does this sound like an Amelia to people? Does this sound like someone named Amelia?
Let's go next to Amelia Moss.
Hey there. Hey, so I guess my question is, so obviously for the past year and a half, we've seen the links that the ethnostate will go to cement its existence and eradicate Palestinians. Obviously, I've been completely sickened by it the entire time, and I kind of echo a lot of Dee's sentiments there. I guess my question is ultimately, I've basically gotten to the point where I feel like, because I had joined about a month or so before the actual election, and this is my first meeting here, I feel like there's like a different, I'm sorry, it's tough to articulate. It's just, somebody in the chat mentioned escalation, and I've seen that around before, and I feel like I'm an individual who is just ready to do whatever needs to be done. What can I do, because I'm still very much just one person in Jacksonville, Florida at the moment, right? So I want to be doing something concrete and tangible. So what would you recommend for me? Because I know Fern is obviously in Jacksonville, for me or anybody else out here who's just like, I want to get involved. I want to do something immediately. I want to be directly involved in the struggle. What would that take form? Who would I contact, et cetera, et cetera?
Awesome question, and thanks for telling us where you are, Fern.
Yeah, anybody who's on this call from Jacksonville should definitely put a link or something to some social media or an email that this person can contact. But B, to talk about the issue generally, I remember my first day in college when I was like interested in getting organized and I didn't really know people or really know
Hang
what to
on.
do.
Effectual Insurrection. Her handle is not Heather. Heather Tinney 20. Okay, thank you. Finally.
My important step was trying to
Should
look for
not
groups
unblock
to
them
join
because
in
they
the
can't
area that already
articulate a Twitter
existed, and they
handle.
took all kinds of forms. I remember going to
Heather is
meetings
unblocked.
of campus Democrats. I remember going to meetings of progressive religious folks and all kinds, and I didn't really find a home per se, but what I did find was
Made a
in
Twitter for
these
the first
different
time.
social groupings of people, one or two like-minded individuals who felt the way that I felt about the need for change, about the need for radical change. And we didn't have any progressive groups around at the time. And so we said, hey, you and I should start meeting together. We should start talking about what we can do. And maybe we'll put some flyers up around campus and maybe make a social media page and see who joins the social media page. And in that way, two of us became 3 people meeting, which was a very exciting meeting when we got a third person to come out and be like, hey, I saw your flyer. I like this. I want to get involved in this. And before you knew it, we were able to exponentially grow.
Thank you guys who are sharing
grow
that
our
on X. I
forces and
appreciate
start
it.
to really take action, and those actions might start out in very kind of simple ways. Maybe we start a petition on a website to try and get something changed that we don't like in our city or in our state. Maybe we get together and craft a couple of letters that we get people to sign and send into local legislators, etc. And from there, you can start getting into the real bread and butter of campus organizing, of community organizing, workplace organizing. Start having broader meetings that you advertise publicly that work on campaigns. And some of what I'm describing is included in our pamphlet called Some Points on the Mass Line, right? In Freedom Road, many of us use the mass line to organize within the ranks of the people's movements. And the mass line pamphlet really lays out some of these principles of getting into the bread and butter of organizing, having meetings, protests, demonstrations, rallies, marching in the streets, leading chants, writing press releases that try to get our message out when we have events to the broader community, to the media, the national media, if we can swing it, and really just starting small, setting material goals and building, step by step, star by star until you get to that point where you've got a real group around you that starts small but is going to grow and really snowball into something that can bring real change about in your community, in your neighborhood, and in the rest of the country too. And the important thing is to always be meeting people where they're at, but pushing the limits too, because we're not going to get to revolution by doing things that we're totally comfortable with doing today. We've always got to be pushing the limits and escalating the struggle to the next step. And again, you start small and you kind of go from there. But the important thing is getting started too.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, Fern. And Amelia, there's a lot of people in Jacksonville waiting to organize with you, but Fern's advice was perfect for people who do not have that in their city. Go out there and get some people together and contact us. All right. So let's go next to John Martin.
Howdy there. Can you hear me fine? All right,
Yes.
lovely. Good night, everyone. Hope you're all doing lovely. So I have two questions to specify. The first would be, how would you fund like all of this, basically? Like, how would you fund the events? How would you fund the protests,
Good
resources,
question.
supplies, things like that, and all that jazz?
I'm gonna bet you. I will bet you all the money in my bank account that was a right winger that got on that call to try to get them to say that they were funded by Soros, because the left never asked that question. That is, have we ever fucking heard a leftist on a socialist organizing call ask, excuse me, how are you funding all this? No, because they all know how it's funded. They know it's funded by mutual aid. Thanks, John, for the super sticker. I really appreciate it. I've been listening to the left for years. I have never, ever, 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 ever heard a leftist ask, excuse me, how is this funded? That's a conservative, I promise you. Now let's see how that was answered, shall we?
That's the first, and after that, I'll ask a second question if that's fine.
Yeah, totally. Panelists, how do we fund these things?
Mutual aid.
Yeah, Sol.
That's a good question, John, because we're not, despite what some of the rumors might be, we're not Soros funded. But it's like my favorite.
Called out. Again, please. Again.
Basically, like, how would you fund the events? How would you fund the protests, resources, supplies, things like that, and all that jazz?
Yep, the clip to end all clips. Yep.
That's the first, and after that, I'll ask a second question if that's fine.
Yeah, totally. Panelists, how do we fund these things? Yeah, Sol.
That's a good question, John, because we're not, despite what some of the rumors might be, we're not Soros funded. But it's like my favorite thing to say. But no, you're gonna have to have a party. You're gonna have to have a fundraising party. I'm sorry to tell you, but you're gonna have to make it fun, and you're gonna have to invite people that do have money to spend, right? No,
they have, guys, do you know how the left funds things? They do fundraising. They go and they ask people for money. That's otherwise known as mutual aid. That is what mutual aid is. It is going out, passing the collection plate at church, and asking people to fund what they're doing.
Honestly, though, it is a thing that you have to think of when you're getting larger too. Like, so Fern gave a good example of if you make a flyer, you post it online, and then you have 3 people who liked your flyer. Well, if you keep doing that and having good events, people are going to love it, and they're going to keep coming to your events. And depending on how big you end up having your event, you're going to have to think about things like that. And for a lot of us and the Legalization for All network, we had a border delegation in 2023 where I think it was like 20 something people went into the city of Tijuana, Mexico, right? We crossed the border. And then we had a whole other group on this side of the US stay in San Diego and get a tour of Logan Park or Chicano Park to learn about the history of Chicanos and the undocumented on this side of the border, right? And so it was a huge undertaking, and it was super duper expensive. But because we have made a lot of friends along the way, we were able to get a church. We're friends with, I'm just going to shout them out, the Los Angeles Catholic Worker. And if you've heard of any Catholic workers around where you live, please become.
Oh, yeah? The Catholics were helping them? Oh, wow.
Friends with them. They're super awesome, and they know what they're doing. They're really good at organizing. And so they were able to let us use this too.
The Catholic Worker? What the fuck is the Catholic Worker? Catholic Worker. Someone tag Amalek right now. Someone tell Amalek to get his ass in here right now. Someone, like... The aim of the Catholic worker movement is to live in accordance with the justice and charity of Jesus Christ. The aim requires us to begin living in a different way. We recall the words of our founders. God meant things to be much easier than we have made them, and bloody, 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 blah. And when I looked it up, this is the first thing. Catholic worker movement, a revolution of the heart. The Catholic worker movement is a collection of autonomous communities founded, they're communes. They're fucking communes. They're communes. The Catholic worker movement is communes. Where the fuck is Amalek? Oh man, I'm gonna DM him right now.
We're friends with, I'm just going to shout them out, the Los Angeles Catholic Worker. And if you've heard of any Catholic workers around where you live, please become friends with them. They're super awesome and they know what they're doing. They're really good at organizing. And so they were able to let us use this 2-bedroom apartment complex, like building, and they gave it to us for free so that we could just house everybody there. And even their house, they were able to have us stay there as well. And so we just, you form a lot of friendships along the way, and they'll help fund you. But yeah, you definitely need to start by having some awesome actions and gaining people's trust that you will make a good event happen. And throwing a party where you can fundraise is also a really good idea.
Lovely to that. Is there another what's the word? Not delegate. Panelist that has anything else to say, by any chance?
He's still searching for someone to say Soros.
Yeah, we'll go sit in the fern. Yeah, go sit.
I was just gonna say soul.
Guys, this is why, listen, conservatives, I know you want to be helpful. I really do get it. I know you want to help. I know you want to infiltrate meetings and stuff like that. What you have got to understand, conservatives, is if you don't learn about the far left before you infiltrate their meetings, you stick out like a sore fucking thumb. Does everyone know how, I promise you, every single person on this meeting that is actually a far leftist is listening to John talk knowing that he's a fucking plant. I fucking promise you. He's asking questions that literally no one who's involved in these movements would ever ask. So that's why, conservatives, when I tell you to sit down, shut the fuck up, listen and learn before you try to do anything, it's because when you guys try to do things before you learn what you're talking about and before you understand what you're dealing with, you look like retards. You look like actual fucking retards. John is like, does anyone else want to answer the question? It's like no one in these meetings does that. Like literally. And they know it. They fucking know it.
Really gave some good practical advice, but absolutely we have to unfortunately, because maybe it's not the thing we love to do the most, but we have to know how to fundraise. That's a part of organizing. Some of these nonprofits have big money. Like Chrissy said, we don't have big money like the Democrats.
We don't have big, they all know they're talking to someone that's not part of their group. We don't have big money like the Democrats because Soros funds the Democrats. Soros does not fund the far left. Soros funds the Democrats.
To do the most, but we have to know how to fundraise. That's a part of organizing. Some of these nonprofits have big money. Like Chrissy said, we don't have big money like the Democrats. And we're not going to get funded like they get funded because the ruling class is not going to fund something that is a part of a revolutionary struggle, right?
Okay.
But we have to get the masses on our side. We have to make friends, and that's how we fund things. And we get the masses on our side by fighting for the things that people care about. And then there are people that have some money, and little by little, that's how we fund things. So we make fundraising part of our organizing as well. Because you're totally right. It does take money to do certain things. That's part of it.
Okay.
But yeah, we're creative.
All right. That's good to know.
Definitely a conservative.
think
100%.
we've also
100% a conservative. It's just like, I don't know how to quantify this other than to say, when you have listened to these people as much as I've listened to these people, someone who is not speaking their language sticks out like a sore thumb. And it's even just like the, well, that's good to know. Like that is totally something a conservative would say in exactly that fucking tone. I cannot quantify it other than I've listened to so much of this that it is just strikingly obvious to me that that guy's a conservative trying to get a clip.
Got Fern, who's got an answer to that. Yeah, go ahead, Fern.
Yeah, just very briefly, sometimes if you're just getting started out, you'd be surprised what you can raise from like setting up a little fundraiser online. There's plenty of platforms. Some are better than others, but setting up a little fundraiser online and just saying, hey, we're trying to start this group up. We need to make some flyers. We need to get a table, and we're saying
This is why conservatives, if you want to infiltrate leftist meetings, I will teach you how, but you must understand that if you do not sit down, shut the fuck up, listen and learn the language before you try to infiltrate leftist meetings, it is extremely obvious. You do not blend in. If you don't know the right language to use, if you don't know how the norms of their meetings operate, if you don't know the right cadence to use when you're speaking, if you don't know the right words to say, if you don't know the right questions to ask, like this question gave him away from the get, because like literally no one asked that question in these meetings. So again, if people want to do this, I will literally teach you how to do this. I have no problem with that. But if you are unwilling to learn their language, you will stick out like a sore thumb. It's obvious to us. It was obvious to them. This is why you literally have to unlearn everything you think you know, because you probably don't know as much as you think you do, and start from the beginning and learn how to speak their language. This is like, I'm having secondhand embarrassment for this guy right now. If you're not part of their subculture, you don't know how to speak their language. It's about being part of the subculture. It's about understanding what the norms of the subculture are, how they operate, how they organize meetings, stuff like that. Yo, Amalek, look up the Catholic worker movement. They were just talking about how much the Catholic worker movement helped them and how the Catholic worker movement gave them a place to stay and stuff like that. That's why we were summoning you, because they're actually talking about Catholic communists.
Up for a bullhorn. And as someone who's done a lot of what I call shoestring budget organizing with very little money, I've been able to learn that, if you can get $10 out of people, you can go buy poster boards. If you can get to make signs for your protest, if you can get $25 out of people, maybe multiple people to get to $25, you can start to print flyers out.
You subscribe to my Substack, Red Menace Collective Red Menace Supply Company. You subscribe to one of my Substacks, bro. You subscribe to one of my Substacks. You don't need to update. Like you literally joined a mailing list. That's why you got that message. It's a Red Menace Supply Company. That is my merchandise store mailing list. So you either join the mailing list or you bought a piece of merch from the store, and that's why you got that email. That's it. You don't have to upgrade anything if you don't want to. It's fine.
And when you start to get into like $60, $70 that you can raise from people, you can buy your first bullhorn. But a lot of it comes from little donations here and there from different people who want to support what you're doing. And oftentimes I've found folks who are, for whatever reason, unable to physically participate in like a meeting that you've called or a protest. Maybe they're working, they're just not able to make it. They'll throw you a little bit of money towards the cause, and that's an important part of organizing too. You want to be investing it in things like printing out flyers, making sure people have signs to hold at the route.
If the John Birch Society is teaching that Democrats are socialists, then the John Birch Society needs to literally shut the fuck up and go away, because that's just not real. Would it be safe to suggest Soros funds the political side of leftism? No, I don't know what is going to be required. Bro, do I need to rewind this whole section for you and play it again? Because someone literally came into their meeting, asked, how are you funded? They said, we're not funded by George Soros. We do our own fundraising and we ask people for small donations. And you guys are like, but the John Birch Society told us they're all Democrats and they're all funded by Soros. They must be funded by Soros, right? Bro, can we do, apparently we need to rewind. Hang on, let's just go back to the very fucking beginning. Let's watch the whole thing again. Conservative retards are not fucking getting it. So let's just go back to the start. We're going to go back several minutes just to make sure people understand this again.
Howdy there. Can you hear me fine? All right,
Yes.
lovely. Good night, everyone. Hope you're all doing lovely. So I have two questions to specify. The first would be, how would you fund like all of this, basically? Like, how would you fund the events? How would you fund the protests, resources, supplies, things like that, and all that jazz? That's the first, and after that, I'll ask a second question if that's fine.
Yeah, totally. Panelists, how do we fund these things? Yeah, Sol.
That's a good question, John, because we're not, despite what some of the rumors might be, we're not Soros funded. But it's like my favorite thing to say.
Not
but
Soros funded.
no, you're gonna have to have a party. You're gonna have to have a fundraising party. I'm sorry to tell you, but you're gonna have to make it fun, and you're gonna have to invite people that do have money to spend, right? No, honestly though, it is a thing that you have to think of when you're getting larger too. Like, so Fern gave a good example of if you make a flyer, you post it online, and then you have 3 people who like your flyer. Well, if you keep doing that and having good events, people are going to love it and they're going to keep coming to your events. And depending on how big you end up having your event, you're going to have to think about things like that. And for a lot of us in the Legalization for All network, we had a border delegation in 2023 where I think it was like 20 something people went into the city of Tijuana, Mexico, right? We crossed the border. And then we had a whole other group on this side of the US stay in San Diego and get a tour of Logan Park or Chicano Park to learn about the history of Chicanos and the undocumented on this side of the border, right? And so it was a huge
Bro, my opinion is shut the fuck up and listen. Do I need to play the instructional video?
You take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up. Sometimes shutting the fuck up is the best thing you can do.
My opinion is literally shut the fuck up and listen to what they are saying. The entire stream got rewound 5 minutes just for you, so you can hear directly from them. You are listening to them. They are telling you how they are funded. Literally, top lip, bottom lip, shut the fuck up and listen. Thank you for the super chat. Glenn Beck made a huge mess of source. Yeah, thanks, Glenn Beck, for lying to millions of people and misleading millions of people to the point where conservative retardation will never be fully solved because their influencers swear, pinky swear, trust me, bro, that it's all fucking Soros, when in fact, none of it is Soros.
And it was super duper expensive. But because we have made a lot of friends along the way, we were able to get a church. We're friends with, I'm just going to shout them out, the Los Angeles Catholic Worker. And if you've heard of any Catholic workers around where you live.
No, this is actually perfect. Amalek can hear where they talk about the Catholic Worker.
But because we have made a lot of friends along the way, we were able to get a church. We're friends with, I'm just going to shout them out, the Los Angeles Catholic Worker. And if you've heard of any Catholic workers around where you live, please become friends with them. They're super awesome and they know what they're doing. They're really good at organizing. And so they were able to let us use this 2-bedroom apartment complex, like building, and they gave it to us for free so that we could just house everybody there. And even their house, they were able to have us stay there as well. And so we just, you form a lot of friendships along the way. And
that's called mutual aid, by the way. It's giving of your resources freely to help other communists. That's literally mutual aid. You're welcome, Amalek. You clip it. You clip it. I'm not doing your bit. You fucking clip it. Here, 109. It's 109 on this link. You fucking clip it.
They'll help fund you. But yeah, you definitely need to start by having some awesome actions and gaining people's trust that you will make a good event happen. And throwing a party where you can fundraise is also a really good idea.
Lovely to that. Is there another what's the word? Not delegate, panelist that has anything else to say by any chance?
Oh, yeah. I was just
Yeah, we'll
gonna
go
say,
sit in the fern. Yeah, go sit.
I was just gonna say Sol really gave
Mm-hmm.
some good practical advice, but absolutely we have to unfortunately, because maybe it's not the thing we love to do the most.
Hang on. I was talking to a bunch of smart guys in the dissident right today and explained to them how we have to start doing mutual aid and shit. Oh yeah, how'd that go? How'd that go? Were they call you a grifter or something?
But we have to know how to
Yeah, I heard about Nick
fundraise.
being
That's a part
live.
of
I can't
organizing.
change that though.
Some of these nonprofits have big.
Let us know if Nick says anything important. I'm sure he'll say many important things, but I'm not stopping the stream just because Nick went live.
Money, like Chrissy said, we don't have big money like the Democrats, and we're not going to get funded like they get funded because the ruling class is not going to fund something that is a part of a revolutionary struggle, right?
Soros is never going to fund them, guys. Hey, thanks, average person. Conservatives, next time you say facts, not feelings, shove it. None of you care about facts either. So true. So true and real. It went well because I'm #1 bully. You are so hot when you're being a bully on the internet. It's so attractive. I can't even tell you.
But we have to get the masses on our side. We have to make friends, and that's how we fund things. And we get the masses on our side by fighting for the things that people care about. And then there are people that have some money, and little by little, that's how we fund things. So we make fundraising part of our organizing.
Oh yeah?
As well.
You're gonna do a space later? And apparently Nick really? Can you please DM me when you start that space? I definitely need to be there. I would appreciate it.
You're totally right. It does take money to do certain things. That's part of it.
Okay.
But yeah, we're creative.
All right. That's good to know.
I think
So
we've also got Fern who's got an answer to that. Yeah, go ahead, Fern.
Yeah, just very briefly, sometimes if you're just getting started out, you'd be surprised what you can raise from like setting up a little fundraiser online. There's plenty of platforms. Some are better than others, but setting up a little fundraiser online and just saying, hey, we're trying to start this group up. We need to make some flyers. We need to get a table, and we're saving up for a bullhorn. And as someone who's done a lot of what I call shoestring budget organizing with very little money, I've been able to.
Does the FRSO have membership dues? Well, let's see. Freedom Road Socialist Organization. Let's look that up. Oftentimes, guys, if you want to know about an organization, they have these things called websites. And you can go to the website and find out about the organization. So join. How do we join the Freedom Road Socialist Organization? Dues payment. Setting up, join as a general member and set up an annual dues payment. Annual dues, $20. So it's not like super expensive to join. So it looks like they're charging $20 in annual dues. Now, keep in mind, the FRSO also does a lot of fundraising meetings. So this is not, their dues are not the only source of the income to the organization. They have fundraising calls all the time where they ask people just to donate money directly. I've been on those calls. But yeah, it does look like they are charging dues to join the organization, even if they are rather small. Good question.
Learn that, if you can get $10 out of people, you can go buy poster boards. If you can get to make signs for your protest, if you can get $25 out of people, maybe multiple people to get to $25, you can start to print flyers out. And when you start to get into like $60, $70 that you can raise from people, you can buy your first bullhorn. But a lot of it comes from little donations here and there from different people who want to support what you're doing. And oftentimes I've found folks who are, for whatever reason, unable to physically participate in like a meeting that you've called or a protest. Maybe they're working, they're just not able to make it. They'll throw you a little bit of money towards the cause. And that's an important part of organizing too. You want to be investing it in things like printing out flyers, making sure people have signs to hold at the rally, etc.
All right. Thank you very much, panelists, for answering to the principle of things, but also giving all those detailed, concrete examples.
Yeah,
Hope,
thank you,
people were
panelists.
taking notes. Okay.
She
so
fucking
we'll
knew.
go next to
She fucking knew. She fucking knew. I hope people were taking notes on how we are telling you we are actually funded. She absolutely knew that was a conservative plan. 100%. Wow.
All right. Thank you very much, panelists, for answering to the principle of things, but also giving all those detailed, concrete examples.
She knew.
Hope people were taking notes. Okay.
Mhm.
So we'll go next to Elizabeth Bjork.
Mm-hmm.
Hi. I just want to thank everyone for having this panel. I want to preface my question with the fact that most of the people that I look up to in organizing are part of Freedom Road, both locally and nationally. My question is from like working with mass orgs that are like specific to different issues like police crimes or anti-war work, or if it will only come about through joining like a party like Freedom Road.
So I think the signal kind of cut out at the first part of your question. Can you ask again what you said before mass orgs? I think that's the part that I didn't catch. Nope.
Hey, Jedi Master, pop quiz just for you. No one else answer this question. This is just for Jedi Master. Jedi Master, how does the far left define capitalism? You think we don't know anything about communism? Okay. How does the far left define capitalism? How does the far left define capitalism? We are waiting for your answer, bro. You know everything about communism and we know nothing about communism. How does the far left define capitalism? If you don't answer the question in 30 seconds, I'm going to permanently ban you from the chat. How does the far left define capitalism? We're waiting for your answer. You know everything, we know nothing. How does the far left define capitalism? Go. You have 20 seconds to answer before you're going to get deported from my chat. We're waiting. We're waiting. This should be a very easy answer. Very easy answer for anyone who knows anything about communism. We're waiting, bro. We're waiting. Where's your answer? Do you know the answer? Are you chat GPTing the answer right now? Do you have any idea what you're fucking talking about? We are waiting for your answer. Tick-tock. Do, 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 do. Do 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 do. Time's up. Do you have an answer? Final answer? Do you know how the left defines capitalism? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, look, the person who came in here and told us that we don't know anything about communism can't even tell us how the left defines capitalism. Permanent ban from the channel. Goodbye.
You should be able to unmute now.
Sorry. I just wanted to preface with that most of the people that I look up to are in Freedom Road, both locally and nationally.
Thank you.
But do you guys think that legitimate change?
If you guys are still confused about what mutual aid is, super chats are a form of mutual aid. Thank you, KK. Appreciate it.
At like a large scale can happen through just mass orgs, or if it's only possible through joining like Freedom Road, like a party.
There you go. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. We got your question now. What do panelists think? Yeah, Fern.
I think that's a great question. So I think we find this in various like communist writers, but I think in Chairman Mao, he really emphasizes that the masses are the makers of history.
Ooh, that's
right?
different.
Again, I think we say that in our mass line pamphlet, which everybody should read.
Typically, far left groups reject Mao. It sounds like Freedom Road Socialist Organization may not be one of those groups, and that's good to know.
If you haven't gotten a chance, but we think that the masses are the makers of history, right? We reject notions that there's like a great man that comes about once in a generation that makes all the history happen, right?
Like Hitler.
We draw inspiration from individuals, sure, but we don't look at Fidel Castro as having been the person that brought about the Cuban Revolution. He certainly played an important role, but it was the Cuban people that brought around the Cuban Revolution. Same thing in Vietnam, in China, and other successful revolutions that we've seen all over the world. So the mass organizations play a very critical role in bringing about social change, because the communist element, like ourselves, are always going to be a minority of the people's movement, right?
Hey, thanks so much for the super chat, average person. Denver communists actually have beef with the FRSO. Jason chat on them. Well, like it's like there's leftist infighting between all the different organizations, but that's good to know. And probably because the Denver communists reject Mao and they embrace Mao. It's like, thank you for the intel.
At any given protest, even if you have a very successful district that you're developing in a city for the organization, at any given protest, it's safe to say that if you have a big, large, successful movement, the communists are going to be a minority. We fight for leadership of the mass movements. And we're not going to be the only force fighting for leadership. And we also need to work with different forces to make change happen. But ultimately, you know, our general strategy for revolution is that we're building a united front, all who can be united against monopoly imperialism. And we want that united front to be led by the working class and its party, right? And we don't view ourselves as being a party today. We're trying to build that party because we don't think that you can simply declare yourself to be the party of the working class. We think that that's an objective
See ya. DM me when you
position
start
that a
this
group
space.
of communists either hold or don't hold. And we're trying to get to that point, and we can't get there without the mass movements. So I guess to kind of sum up some of the points I was trying to make, it's our job as Reds to join organization. We definitely want to have you on board, but to struggle for leadership within the mass movements, because there are some leaders out there that shouldn't be there. And we see that in different trade union leadership that sells out working class interests. We see that when liberal forces are trying to lead different organizations around immigrants' rights or around Black liberation. We want to make sure that Reds, that ourselves, are fighting for leadership of these movements so that we can help build the mass movements, help build the mass organizations, and ultimately help lead those mass organizations to victory.
All right. Thank you so much, Fern. Yes, Soul.
Just wanted to add just a little bit more, even though Fern, you did a great job. I shouldn't add anymore. So what was I going to say is that you know, you don't have to necessarily have mass organizations that you know create this condition, this foundation for revolution, but it's a good idea to do that, right? But sometimes you become friends with people who are not in a mass organization at all. And I'm talking about people who identify with your nationalist movement for liberation, right? For us here in Los Angeles, you know, we consider Los Angeles part of a nation, also known as Aztlan or the Chicano Nation. And one thing that we do here in Los Angeles annually is we hold a commemorative event to remember the 1970 Chicano moratorium. It was one of the biggest protests at that time against the occupation of Vietnam, where over 30,000 Chicanos took to the streets here in East LA. And so, you know, we commemorate that because it was a blow against imperialism and it was amazing. And so when we do that, you know, we build this pretty broad coalition or committee, whatever we call it annually. But, you know, one of my favorite examples of how this is so successful and how you can have people who are not even involved in mass organizations. There was a fundraising event. Here we go again with the fundraising, right? But there's a well-known movie director, and I don't know if I should say his name, but he's the movie director that, you know, did help out with the Selena movie, and also another movie that I don't know if Carlos is still on. Yes, he is. Carlos Montes, Walkout, a movie called Walkout. Well, that person held a fundraiser at his house a very, very beautiful, multi-million-dollar house. And he, invited, and everyone else invited amazing people who had a lot of money, a lot of Chicanos that were, a little bit more established, had a lot more money than I'll ever have.
Okay.
But they decided to donate tremendous amounts to the commemorative event that year. And there was a private showing of the actual reels that were taken during the Chicano moratorium of 1970. There was a private viewing of that. And so that just like blew my mind, the fact that we were able to connect with someone of such caliber and other people who were willing to donate thousands of dollars all in one sitting to make sure that we had a successful commemorative event. So, while there isn't going to be necessarily one mass organization that is going to start or fund the revolution, we do need to make sure that we're everywhere. Like Fern said, we can be at the workplace where it's not really an organization, but it's definitely a group of people who are angry at the boss, angry at the government in general. But yeah, it's going to take fusing those two things together, right? The multinational working class with the movements of national liberation. So yeah, hang in there and keep organizing for that anyway.
All right. Thank you very much to the panelists. We need to party build and build the mass movements. So for time's sake, we're going to just keep the hands to what's up right now, just to let folks know. And let's go ahead and keep going. Let's go next to Anika.
Okay. Hello.
Yes.
Okay. Hi. So I just had a quick question, or I guess maybe it's not gonna be quick. I don't know. It depends. But anyways, I think a lot of the rhetoric that I have been seeing around this election between like Kamala Harris and Donald Trump was you had a lot of like liberals, and I'm gonna say like well-meaning liberals who just automatically thought that Kamala Harris is a better person or a
Okay,
better
Chris, here's what you do. Chris is talking about going to a session in person about self-managed abortion. Here's what you do. You look as non-binary as possible. You dress as much like a non-binary, like lesbian, like butch lesbian as possible. And you identify as non-binary and you go as a they them. You wear you need to do everything you can just to feminize. Like, I don't know if you have a beard or something, but you're shaving that fucking beard. You are going as a non-binary, and you are going as a female to male transition, and you're going to use the pronouns they them because you are still a birthing person. That's the end. This takes commitment, Chris. I have dressed up like a non-binary person several times to go undercover. I have worn a chest binder multiple fucking times to be non-binary, to go undercover, okay? This is where you need to dig deep. You need to look like a lesbian, and you need to use the pronouns they, them. And you can still use your name. The name Chris is actually great because Chris is a good non-binary name. You can be who the fuck knows what you are. So that's what you're going to do. That's the plan. Go forth and conquer.
candidate because she's, a Black mixed race woman of color. And, like, this is not to shame anyone who voted for Kamala Harris, but I think, when you look at her track record, her support of Israel, her time as a prosecutor for California, like, she just does not have a very great track.
Wait, this is them shitting on Kamala Harris. Remember, this was right after the 2024 election. Can we just listen to them shit on Kamala Harris because none of these people voted for her?
Had a quick question, or I guess maybe it's not going to be quick. I don't know. It depends. But anyways, I think a lot of the rhetoric that I have been seeing around this election between like Kamala Harris and Donald Trump was you had a lot of like liberals, and I'm going to say like well-meaning liberals who just automatically thought that Kamala Harris is a better person or a better candidate because she's, a Black mixed race woman of color. And, like, this is not to shame anyone who voted for Kamala Harris, but I think, when you look at her track record, her support of Israel, her time as a prosecutor for California, like, she just does not have a very great track record. So I guess my question is, like, how do you combat like this bastardization, or I guess almost this like weaponization of like identity politics that sometimes people bring into these conversations as a way to paint, another member of the ruling class as somehow inherently better because of their race, because of their gender identity. Like how do you, how do you emphasize the class, part of the struggle? Because I think that's where a lot of, people who are on the fence, a lot of liberals who are on the fence kind of like really struggle with.
All right. Thank you, Annika. We've got Sid ready to answer your question. Go ahead.
Okay, I had to unmute. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why, we reject identity politics and we fight for national liberation.
Oh! Did you guys know that socialists and communists completely reject identity politics? Identity politics are the domain of Democrats, liberals, and progressives. Socialists and communists reject identity politics because they believe that all identity groups are social constructs created by capitalism, and that one of their goals is to eliminate all identity categories because they believe that it is the identity categories that creates the oppression. For example, the far left believes that capitalism created the socially constructed categories of men and women. It put men in the workplace where they had access to all the power and all the money. It put women in the home where they did the unpaid labor of having and raising the family within the children within the nuclear family, who eventually became the oppressed workers under capitalism. This is what the patriarchy is. It is the social construct of man and the social construct of woman being used in oppressive categories. The far left doesn't want to abolish all men. They don't want to abolish all women. They want to abolish all gender categories. So they want to abolish everyone, create a world of non-binary they thems, because they believe that capitalism creates all identity categories. This is under queer Marxism now, and that all identity categories create oppression. Does everyone understand? We'll go through that again. You will find so Shay, I send the Discord link out once a week on Sunday. You can find it in the YouTube post tab, but I'll also be sending it out tomorrow. So that is where the Discord link is. But I'll be sending it out tomorrow if you can't find it, or if it doesn't work or something. Listen again. They want to abolish all identity categories, guys. They do not embrace identity politics. Identity politics facilitates hierarchy. Only Democrats and liberals embrace identity politics.
Head.
Okay, I had to unmute. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why, we reject identity politics and we fight for national liberation. And understand the movements of the oppressed nation, of Black people, Chicanos, and all oppressed nationalities.
Candace Owens is in Nick's chat.
Central to that struggle for socialism. So we reject identity politics, and there's a reason that that identity politics.
How are the Groypers reacting to Candace being in Nick's chat? I bet they love that.
Politics is so popular, and that's what the ruling class wants to push, because they can just put
identity politics is popular, and that's what the ruling class wants to push. They believe identity politics takes away from the working class embracing their class consciousness and waking up to the fact that they are all oppressed regardless of identity group. They're saying that the bourgeois, the oppressors, push identity politics because they want to keep the working class from waking up. Listen.
As central to that struggle for socialism. So we reject identity politics, and there's a reason that that identity politics is so popular, and that's what the ruling class wants to push, because they can just put somebody who holds that identity in there, who will actually represent represent imperialism. But
so they're saying that the oppressor class used Kamala Harris because of her Black woman identity to put her in the executive role to try to reinforce capitalism. No, bro, this is not false. You need to shut the fuck up and listen. Do you guys get that? The reason they don't like Kamala Harris is they believe Kamala Harris was a tool of the capitalist class that was only, they actually, unironically, the left also believes that Kamala Harris was a DEI hire. They're literally saying the only reason Kamala Harris was in that role was because of her identity, and she reinforced the capitalist system because she was placed there by the ruling class. They moderate. I bet Candace loved being moderated in Nick's chat. I'm sure that's going well. Listen.
That struggle for socialism. So we reject identity politics, and there's a reason that that identity politics is so popular, and that's what the ruling class wants to push, because they can just put somebody who holds that identity in there who will actually represent imperialism, but
Bing.
They think because they hold that identity, you know, people will be none the wiser and fall behind them, and that happens
Bing.
all kinds of ways. You know, ultimately, like in my experience, the masses are not really on that. The masses are not really on that because it's so clear. We've seen enough people with those identities in positions of power not doing shit that we understand that you know, that it's a smokescreen, or it's a distraction, right? So so ultimately it's like we want to unite the many against the few. You know, in my experience working in the Black liberation movement, I'm sure in other movements as well, ultimately it's like, if you're fighting for the same thing that we're fighting for, then let's get together and fight, right? That's what it's about. So I wouldn't pay too much mind. And like we said before, people learn through struggle. So the more you're actually participating in the struggle to change things, and bringing those people who have a lot of wrong ideas get sorted out through practice. So I think that's honestly the main thing. You can talk to people, and like you said, well-meaning, but people really learn through their participation in that struggle to change things. So I think that's the main thing. And then a lot of the wrong ideas, kind of, we can see them for what they are, and they kind of fall away.
All right. Thank you very much, Sid, for laying down the law.
No,
on
no,
that.
no, 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 no. Hang on. No, 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 no. This is a mistake that people make all the time. They think, oh my God, I agree with the left on things. They're right. You don't agree with the left. Just because they come to a similar conclusion that you come to does not mean you have the same rationale for coming to that conclusion. The left wants to abolish all identity categories. The reason the left does not like Kamala Harris is the left does not engage in identity politics, because the left wants to abolish all identity categories, because all identity categories to them are created by capitalism. You don't like Kamala Harris because she's fucking incompetent. These are two very different perspectives. Just because you arrive at the same conclusion does not mean you have the same reason for getting there. And it's really important that people understand this, because conservatives are very easily tricked into thinking that they agree with someone that they don't actually agree with. You know, the left is, I hear this all the fucking time. The left is really making a lot of sense. Oh, really? So you agree with their whole thought process? Because it's not actually the conclusion that matters most of the time. It's the thought process. How did they get there? That's what matters. And you know, no, Wolf, I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I hope you know that, but I need to make this clear. This is not just for you. This is for other people listening.
Else panelists want to add? I'm not seeing any, so we'll keep going. Let's go next to Kevin Heaton.
Yeah, do you have any members or any events in Boston ever?
Ooh, Boston.
Do we have anyone in Boston?
I'm in Boston, more or less.
So I think, is Tom still on this call? We had our organizational
Tom.
secretary who knows a lot about these things was on the call at work. Let's see. Oh no, he's not on anymore. Okay. Someone else who might know a lot about. Yeah, go ahead, Sid.
I was just gonna say, the person put your information in the chat or go on the website and send us a message, because we are, since Trump's election, even more people have been writing to us every day, wanting to join the struggle, but it's always a steady stream. So we're constantly starting up areas and starting up work in new areas. So even if there's not a formation there, we're definitely looking to build one. So just connect with us, and wherever you are, we'll work something out and get involved. So definitely sign up.
Yes, absolutely. And the link is in the chat once more. Thank you, Sid. All right. And we'll go again to John Martin. Yes, you had a second question. Go ahead.
Already there. Pardon me for that.
Ooh, the conservatives.
sec-
This is the conservative again.
Second question was basically, what are you guys going to do for staying power? What happens after Trump, effectively? Like, do you guys plan to build any further networks or any further?
Do you notice how, again, the wording here is very important? You guys are doing this. You guys are doing that. 100% a conservative. Again, I'm fucking retards. What are you guys planning to do? Like, what the fuck, bro? Idiot.
Already there. Pardon me for that. The second question was basically, what are you guys going to do for staying power? What happens after Trump, effectively?
So obvious.
Like, do you guys plan to build any further networks or any further, I guess, assets for your collective efforts?
Wow.
What do panelists think?
Yeah. Like, this guy is like, they actually probably think he's a Fed. They probably don't think he's like just like like, she knows too. They probably think he's a Fed trying to infiltrate their meeting, like, unironically. And maybe he even is. I mean, this sounds about as, guys, do you want to know why I think I know more than the FBI about the far left? Because this is what it looks like when the FBI tries to infiltrate a fucking communist meeting. They have no clue what's going on. They don't know the language. They stick out like a sore thumb. This is like the good work of the FBI right here. I don't do this shit when I infiltrate communist meetings. They can't tell I'm not a communist.
Will we still be here in 4 years? Yes, Soul.
Yes, John, we will. I'm gonna go ahead and answer for the rest of the rest of us, I guess. I don't think Fern's going anywhere, Chrisley or
What are
Sid.
your
None
future
of us are going
plans?
anywhere, John. And I think the objective is revolution, right? So we're gonna be around until revolution. That's my thinking anyway. So hopefully you're still around too, John.
Oh, they all know.
God willing.
They
So
all know.
one thing, to answer to the first thing, I actually have a little thing I'd like to discuss with members of the Tampa group, as it's a little thing I've been working on for the past couple of months.
Oh, yeah?
Actually, no, it's about a year now. It's a possible way for us to make more money. Possibly a way I'll also gain some resources to do fundraising, food initiatives, and gardening, things like that.
Okay,
go ahead,
John.
Fern.
Okay, John. Okay.
Yeah, I guess I kind of wanted to extrapolate a little something from that that last question that our friend had. Not only are we going to be here in 4 years, but when I first started organizing, there was a veteran comrade that told me, this race that we're in for power, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, right? It takes a long time to get the kind of change that we think the people need, that the people deserve in this country. And the fight's definitely not going to be over when Donald Trump leaves office in 4 years. But what I can tell you is Freedom Road is going to be bigger, badder, stronger than ever before. We're going to have more people in more places. And that quantity that we keep talking about, right? Having more comrades, meeting more like-minded people translates into qualitative ability that we have to affect real social change. And a little bit earlier tonight, we talked about winning all that can be won for the people. So I think that comes in the form of having more comrades on the ground, organizing in more
Yeah,
places.
literally veterans in my community are more competent at infiltrating the far left than the FBI. Really? I seriously cannot get over how this is the reality. I know more than the FBI knows. I'm better at this than the FBI. I have trained a community of people that is better and more competent at infiltrating far left meetings and far left organizations than the FBI is. It's fucking Reagan has done this better than the FBI is doing this right now. It's so fucking mind-boggling.
Means that we can affect bigger and bigger
They're
things.
literally Steve
You know,
Buscemi.
maybe this year we're getting, this company to stop investing money in Israeli products. Maybe next year we're,
Unreal.
shutting down a port. Like that's what escalation means. That's what,
Hey, thanks, Dan.
building
Appreciate
the
it.
movement really means, is the ability to affect larger and larger change, in this country. And I think that, since I joined the organization, I don't know if I joined at a good time or whatever, but I've seen nothing but growth, nothing but positive, incremental success. And I think we're going to continue to see that through Trump's presidency and beyond. So I'm excited to see what we're able to accomplish in the next 4 years and beyond, for sure.
Absolutely. Thank you, Fern. And now let's go to our final question of the night. Go ahead, Jesus.
Jesus.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for all your comments. It's been really insightful. My question pertains to the United Front political line FRSO is adopting. Specifically, I'm interested in how FRSO's adoption of this strategy differs from previous attempts of this popular front line, right? I'm specifically thinking about how the Communist Party, when it was led by Marxist-Leninist principles, and having dedicated Reds like Harry Haywood and Claudia Jones during the late 30s and 40s when they adopted the Popular Front during the 30s and 40s in order to organize around fascism. However, this also led to like movements and trade unions that were communist-led being purged of their leaders shortly after the end of World War II, and also led to a full-on communist counter after the movement reached that phase of the struggle. And on top of this, it also led to like more local grassroots level organizing efforts, like the sharecroppers movement in the South being neglected in favor of a more broader popular front line. So I'm wondering, like, how is FRSO strategy of the United Front different from attempts made in the past? And how does the organization plan on training rank and file members to defend against these kinds of inevitable offensives that often happen after
Good
like
question.
these moments of like popular front building?
Yo! T-Mac! Bro! Coming in the final inning with 20 gifted channel memberships. Can I get a massive amount of W's for T-Mac making a very generous gift to the channel? What a way to kind of like, we're starting to wrap up the stream. We don't have much left here. Bro, you came in right at the end there. I really do appreciate it. That's awesome. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Welcome to 20 new channel members.
Are involved, but they're ultimately like it follows like a really counter offensive to Reds and organizing, while still maintaining a communist-led movement throughout this work. Hopefully that makes sense. I know that was a lot.
Yeah, no, thank you for the question, Jesus. Fern, is your hand up to answer it?
I actually just had left it up from the last question. To briefly, I guess, answer, I think we certainly draw a lot of inspiration from folks like Harry Haywood and members of the old Communist Party. We think, history grants us the ability to look back and see the mistakes that different groups have made in trying to build for revolution in this country. I think you could analyze many different reasons why the communists, suffered from repression.
Well, listen. If you feel bad about not getting a channel membership, over 3,000 people have watched the stream tonight, and we've had 126 channel memberships given out. So it's not that you're never going to get one. You have to make sure your account is set up to accept them. Not every YouTube account is set up to accept them, but you got to understand it's 126 out of over 3,000. And so not everyone's going to get one, and you're welcome to buy one. You're welcome to join in another way, but you're welcome to also keep coming back to stream and participating, and hopefully you get a channel membership. I wish we could direct who the channel memberships go to. I really do. Sadly, we can't do that, but I appreciate you hanging out with us, and hopefully you get one next time. We're giving out channel memberships all the time on the channel, so I do try to get at least 100 channel memberships given out a stream. It helps me out, it helps out the channel, and so just keep coming back to stream, and hopefully you'll get one in the future. Yeah, other people have gotten one and they didn't think they would. Yeah,
had difficulties building.
it's just a numbers
united
thing,
front.
you know.
I think
I'd
one
love
thing
everyone
that
to
we've
have
learned
one.
a lot from is mistakes in line, in political line, right? Like there was a point at which the old Communist Party abandoned the national question as we try to uphold it in Freedom Road, recognizing the oppressed nations of the Black Belt South, the Chicano
G-Money!
Nation, and
W's in the chat to G Money, gifting out 5 channel memberships. Thanks so much, bro. Really appreciate it. You're a rock star.
and the Hawaiian Nation. So we try to avoid making some of the mistakes that were made in the past that led to things that led to mistakes that led to difficulties in building the united front. And just to kind of briefly touch on something too, because our friend just mentioned it. We don't view the Donald Trump presidency as presenting a fascist danger. We do not think that he's going to rule in an open terroristic way. We think that the ruling class doesn't really have a need for that right now, because the way in which they're ruling today is the way in which they plan on ruling tomorrow. We think that there's going to be a lot of repression. In fact, our group has already proven itself to be experienced at beating back repression, especially the repression of the 2010 FBI raids that were committed against a number of different organizations throughout the country. We managed to beat that repression back, and we're still here, and we're stronger than ever. So those are just some points I wanted to make.
Yes, thank you so much, Fern. And let's go to Soul. I think had her hand up. Go ahead, Soul.
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't want to turn this into a bashing of the Communist Party, right? Because as Fern said, they've contributed.
They're talking about CPUSA. I just want to remind people that in 2024, CPUSA basically lost all their members because the leadership of CPUSA told them to vote for Joe Biden, and the membership of CPUSA was like, "Fuck you, we're never voting for Joe Biden." And so basically, there was a mass exodus from CPUSA. They kicked a lot of people out. So I just want to put that preface. They've kind of regrouped now. The CPUSA is trying to make a comeback. I just want to put this preface when she's talking about the Communist Party, that at this time, CPUSA was an absolute fucking shambles. It's a little different now, not significantly, but I just wanted to make sure people knew that.
Had her hand up. Go ahead, Soul.
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't want to turn this into a bashing of the Communist Party, right? Because as Fern said, they've contributed to a lot of really good revolutionaries whose works I still uphold to this day, right? But yeah, I just find it interesting that in the period of time that we're talking about, where they purged their positions on the national question, right, which were the 30s and 40s, what was happening during that time were things like, the Bracero programs in our area of Los Angeles into the States, where the biggest influx of immigrants began because of these Bracero programs. You had farm owners who needed to have cheap labor, and so they created these programs to bring in Mexicanos and Centroamericanos into the States, right? And I know for a fact that there's people on this call, like Julie, my friend Julie from Los Angeles, her dad was a Bracero. So she's a direct byproduct of those programs and the reinforcing of the Chicano nation. Now, I do think that they made some mistakes with maybe wanting to create the United Front at such a pivotal time and then rejecting the national question then. So learning from that, we're definitely not going to do that, right? So if Trump is promising, and his czar, right, his border czar, is promising that in order to keep families together, they're going to deport families together, we're obviously not going to sit here and say, you know what, we shouldn't think about immigration anymore. We're going to do the opposite of that. This is the time to be bolder than ever, and we're gonna unite everybody who thinks that we should be defending the undocumented families, or families who are at risk of being deported or attacked by Trump's hateful rhetoric against the undocumented. So yeah, United Front. We're not going to make mistakes that happened back in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you to the panelists for explaining our line. We're building a united front. We are not currently building a strategy according to the popular front. We want to build a party. And it was said earlier, our strategy is to build that united front against monopoly capitalism or imperialism, with the strategic alliance between the multinational working class and the oppressed nations at the core of that broad front, right? And led by the Communist Party and the working class. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your amazing questions. Thank you to the panelists for your presentations and your smooth-ass answers. And I saw lots of people coordinating in the chat to organize with us. I hope everyone fills out FRSO.org/join so we can hear from you all later. And let's get out into the streets. Let's make the United States ungovernable. Let's give Trump the time of his life. He once yelled at Joe Biden, "They're gonna overthrow you." Let's turn that around and let's turn it around on Trump and give him nightmares every night. Thanks everyone for being on this call, and we hope to see you again.
All right, guys, that we have reached the end. That was actually a much better meeting than I even thought it was going to be. 1 in the chat if you learned something new about the far left tonight that you didn't know before. 2 in the chat if there was no new information in this presentation. Let me know. 1 in the chat if you learned something new tonight that you didn't know before. 2 in the chat if there was no new information in this presentation. Seeing a lot of ones. Seeing a lot of ones. That is why we listen to the real far left, guys. They will tell you what they think. They will tell you what they believe. Occasionally, we even get to watch conservative feds or feds and or conservatives try to infiltrate their meeting and then stick out like a sore fucking thumb. That is why you just go to primary source evidence. You don't need to take my word for it. You don't need to take Glenn Beck's word for it. You don't need to take Andy No's word for it. You certainly don't need to take James Lindsay's word for it. You don't need to take anyone's word for it. You can listen to what is actually going on in their meetings if you know where to look for the information, and that's what I do on the channel. I find the information for you. I know where to look because I've been doing this a long time. I show you what they're saying in their meetings so that you can hear directly from them. There's no interpretation needed. It's just once you learn how to speak the language, you can hear directly, and it's very, very clear what's going on. So we've had a very successful Socialism Saturday today. I really do appreciate everyone coming out. As a reminder, on Sundays, I usually take the day off from streaming because, I have a life too, guys. Okay, I don't really have a fucking life, but I sometimes like to have time off too. So Sundays, I usually take the day off from streaming. If there's anything going on in terms of protesting tomorrow, I'll come on, but I don't think there is going to be. At least I don't know of anything right now. If you guys know of anything, do let me know. But I am currently planning on taking the day off. We will be doing movie night in the supporter Discord tomorrow. Does anyone know what movie we're watching tomorrow in the Discord? Let me know in the chat. Movie nights are on Sunday nights at 8 p.m. and then on Monday nights at 9 p.m. So Jennifer hosts. It's 6 p.m. 6 p.m. Thank you. 6 p.m. Sorry. Tron double feature tomorrow. Okay? It's not at 8 p.m. tomorrow. It's at 6 p.m. tomorrow because Jennifer is trying to make me do fucking mushrooms and watching Tron back to back. Whatever. I don't control movie nights. We were watching both Tron and Tron Legacy tomorrow in the supporter Discord. I'm obviously going to have to find the mushrooms that I'm pretty sure are in my house somewhere. They're 3 years old, but they're probably still fine, right? I haven't done mushrooms in years. The last time I did mushrooms, fun fact, I thought I was going to die. And so it really freaked me the fuck out. And so I do have mushrooms in my house somewhere. I just don't know. They're probably several years old. But pulling them out for a Tron double feature, they're probably still good, right? Nothing will happen. I probably won't die or anything. It'll probably be fine. Anyway, we're going to watch Tron in the supporter Discord tomorrow, so I'll be posting the link out prior to 6 p.m. If you're a YouTube channel member, you can find it on the post tab. If you are on the Substack, you will find it in the chat. Come and join us in the supporter Discord. Watch a Tron double feature starting at 6 p.m. MacB will be hosting movie nights on Mondays at 9 p.m. And that's it. That's it. Thank you to everyone who gave super chats tonight. Thank you to everyone who donated the 131 new channel memberships that came in. I really do appreciate everyone. Thank you guys for allowing me to do what I do. As a reminder, I am 100% funded by people like you. I take no political money. You guys are the ones that allow me to do this. I really appreciate it. And I'll see you on Monday if I don't see you for movie night tomorrow. Okay? Thanks for hanging out, guys. I appreciate it. 4-hour stream. Not too bad. We'll see you guys on Monday. Take care. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you here? That's difficult to answer. I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.